upon Mr. Arun Gopidas, who is the founder of Red Baton.
And then still I was exploring.
Good afternoon to everyone present here. The world is full of gems, and we have some of them here with us today. With this note, I would like to give my warm welcome to this gathering, our eminent speakers, reputed universities and colleges, parents, participants, and all.
Thank you for joining us. I Anshul.
I Tejaswini.
I Ovia.
Shall be your hosts this afternoon.
Ignite India Education is inspired by the former President of India, Bharat Ratna, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam's vision of India beyond 2020. Our aim is to fulfill his vision by empowering society and transforming India into a developed nation through education.
Like every year, Ignite India Education is back with Meraki 2020. It is an astounding platform to motivate students to become proficient in the fields of law, fashion and styling, management and law, art and craft, along with science and technology, among others. Now we have a small video presentation. Over to the CC desk.
Ignite India is an educational institute that aims at providing education for all, and it is inspired by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, which aims at India 2020.
Currently, Meraki has around 800 students participating along with visitors. We've managed to bring in a lot of art enthusiasts, and various events like law, management have also attracted a lot of students and given them an opportunity.
I would love to introduce our education partners, without whom we couldn't have reached these heights. Our education partners for today are United World Institution of Design, Lovely Professional University, Instituto Marangoni, Whistling Woods International, MIT Institute of Design Ujjain, JD Institute of Fashion and Technology, Ajinkya D.Y. Patil University, Georgian College Canada, UPES, Pearl Academy, and Global Colliers. Thank you so much for being with us.
We are honored to have with us our chief guest for today, Mr. Anant Acharya. He is an entrepreneur and alumnus of XLRI with 2 decades of varied experience in the field of IT, media and entertainment, health and education. Mr. Anant is currently building a company which is aiming at improving financial education among teenagers across the globe and educating them about the importance of investments. His association with Ignite India since 7 years has given a new dimension towards students' learning curve, mentoring and strategizing students on their preparation towards NIFT, NID, NATA, law and management. Mr. Anant has been a good support to students and has been given clarification to lakhs of students on their career choices. I welcome you, sir. Now I'd like to request you to address the gathering.
Thank you, Anshul. A very good afternoon to all. I presume if you can let me know whether I'm audible and pretty clear.
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Let me try switching on the video too, so that I'm visible too, if I'm not wrong. Right, great. Thanks a lot. Hello, everyone. Firstly, I would like to thank Team Ignite India for inviting me to address this fabulous event called Miraki and the Career Fest vertical associated with it. And thus, I welcome each one of you here to this addressal and wish that today's event on knowledge flow will give shape and clarity to your thoughts and decisions. Right? I'll keep it very short and simple for the sake of, I understand how sessions are. Now, career is a name that seems to be life-changing, right? But over the years, we have also realized that more than life-changing, career is actually challenging. Not knowing, as they say, there is a saying, if you guys have heard about it, that the grass is always greener on the other side. And the same goes with career. Over a period of time, you always start comparing, you always start looking into your career path compared to, you're someone unknown to you, someone working in any other industry, someone working in any other stuff. And this has been predominant today, in case you guys have been following Shark Tank India. So most of us, when we look at Shark Tank India, the first thing that strikes is, hey, humko bhi business shuru karna. Okay, and then what happens in that particular part of the path? It doesn't matter whether I'm a science background or the humanities background or the commerce background. So the career really has not taken the shape that I really wanted to, right? So career is still a name that people run behind. But as I say, it's more than changing your entire portfolio. It's actually challenging your portfolios, right? So I always say that Career Fest, the vertical that Ignite India has started, is a unique entity. Over the period of time, I have seen, Career Fest providing a lot of diversifying knowledge, sharing information, and providing a clarity to students on what they really want to do in life. Because most of us at this point of time are clear on what we would ideally want to do in life. But somewhere down the mind, we are still fighting between options. Okay? The life would have started, that fight would have started when we were in 10th, right? While even if we are taking a science subject, the fight is, should I take a PCMB combination? Should I take a PCMC combination? Where has the fight begun? The fight has begun from 10th grade, when I was probably the teenager. And the fight has still continued. And even after today, let's say even after working for 20 years in the organization, or in an industry, I still fight. Should I go with this idea as an entrepreneur, or should I change the idea to this idea as an entrepreneur? And it really doesn't matter what my background has been, right? So there is always this. And so today's event is not that it is going to give you a crystal clear picture on what you really want to do, but at least by the end of the day, it will surely give you some clarity on your preferences and also on your not so suitable decisions. Okay, so there are many things that we really want to do, but when you gain knowledge, when you listen to people, that's when you start discarding those decisions, saying that, hey, ye shayad mere se nahi hone wala hai. Yeah, this is something that I really don't want to do. Okay, for example, let's take this, right? We say that, oh, when we talk to our parents, when our parents say, beta, you should do this, you say, hey, look, there's a huge generation gap between you and I, right? I know what I want to do. You don't even know what you want to do. Now, you know what the generation gap is? I don't call that as a generation gap. I don't call this as a generation gap due to age. I call this as a generation gap due to knowledge. The lack of knowledge on what you really want to do. If you take 20 years ago, how many of them really wanted to get into fashion, design, architecture as a mainstream area, right? None of them. And everyone was either into commerce or into engineering or medicine, right? And now you see people getting into designing, see people getting into architecture as a mainstream area, irrespective of what their love in subjects has been, right? So that's where it is. So knowledge that we have is limited only for ourselves, and that's where the entire problem starts from. So, for example, look at this. When there are around 180 students or 180 people here who are very well aware of what career in fashion, career in design is, but how many of us have voluntarily gone there, spoken to friends and spoken to juniors, told them about, hey, look, career in architecture is this. career in fashion is this. No, we haven't, right? We wait for people to come and ask us questions. So similarly, we wait for our parents to come and ask, ki beta tumhe karna kya hai? Why wait? Rather than go and tell them that this is a career that I'm trying to do, why don't you also look into this career, because this gives you the opportunity. So as long as you share knowledge, it's always going to benefit someone else. And I believe Career Fest, today's session, today's entire day from 2 to 6, is going to build that category for you where you're going to gain that knowledge. And without you gaining that knowledge, there is no way you can ever share it with. So this is for all the participants here. Irrespective of what career you want to choose in your life, right? Where do you want to go? You would have chosen saying that, yeah, I am going to NID, I am going to NIFT. Irrespective of that, I would still suggest that stick around, right? Don't move for the next 4 hours. Listen to every session, attend every session. You will understand what each one of them are talking. You will understand those key informations that probably may not be useful for you, but will definitely be useful for someone who's going to come to you for guidance, right? Unless and until you share knowledge, gaining knowledge has no meaning, right? So the more you gain, the more you start sharing. So thanks a lot once again to each one of you, to ensure that you invited me and I'm here telling whatever I wanted to. And I hope that all of you will have a good journey today on your Career Fest, right? Enjoy the knowledge, gain enough information for a clarity in your decision, and probably go in a very, very long way in your life, making the right choices at the right time for the right frame of your journey, right? Thanks a lot, Anshul. Thanks a lot, hosts. And it was my pleasure talking to you all.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable input. We are happy to have you with us. Next, we have Mr. Krishnanand Singh, who graduated from National Institute of Fashion Technology. He is a counselor in Ignite India Education, fashion designer, business development head with Renush by Govind Kumar Singh. His contributions to education surpass research. His students are graduates from reputed design and architecture colleges like IIT Bombay, NIFT, NID, MIT Pune, Srishti, Pearl Academy, to name a few. His institution, Ignite India, has counseled thousands of students towards a new age career. Now I request Krishna sir to formally welcome the guests and participants. Sir, I request you to address the gathering as well.
Hello, Grad. I'm a co-founder of just now we'll be starting our workshop.
Almost a year back, and then I have put my step into modeling. I always wanted to model since my childhood, but I was like, I belong to Rajasthan, and there the opportunities were really less compared to what they are in Bangalore.
Director of the Women's Wear label Kudu Kudu. I would also like to call upon Mr. Arun Gopidas, who's the founder of Red Button.
And then still I was exploring. So
very good afternoon, everyone. I am really happy to see so many of you are here today. You all have joined. And I would like to see my all student with video. I can see few of you are here. The videos are on. Make sure what we keep discussing, like, those things are really very important. Keep a smile on your face, keep learning, keep exploring. And that's what going to be today, this few hours. It's going to change a lot of things. Or I could say more like, it's give you more bigger horizon of understanding. And to making this event successful and the way it is going on, I would must say, I am really thankful for all our education partners, especially, yes, our all students and all the judges and guests from the industry who is here today. This is such a big platform, what we are going to explore today, what we are going to have all the fun here today. It's gonna be really big. I can see that. And I'll come back to you end of the session. There I'll discuss more because we're already getting delay as per the list time. And please, if you have a similar name, I have one or two suggestions for all of you. Keep your name and after that city name. So that in case if you are selected for goodies and award, there will be no confusion. And I request all the backend team who is working very hard behind this event, will take care of it. The right winner will get the award, be it it's Marangoni or Pearl or UID, whichever goodies and award. So that goes to the right student, or in fact, parents are also most welcome to participate. Every session will have Q&A, and anyway, the Dex and the Ansulan team will explain about it, how the entire event is going to be. So that's it from my side. Let's have exploration of this event, this fest, which is the next gen, and that's what we are here today. So thank you everyone to joining this session. Let's run this event smoothly. Thank you once again. Over to you.
Thank you, sir, for your guidance and untiring effort. The Career Fest has led thousands of students towards the path of a successful career, bearing the torch and showing light towards numerous streams such as design, fashion, law, management, architecture, and more.
Today, we have with us experts that are alumni of IIT, NIFT, IIM, XLRI, and other top management, law, architecture colleges that are currently working as design heads, merchandisers, creative directors, fashion stylists, and designers. They will outstandingly answer generic questions regarding which streams to choose after 10th and 12th, and what new age career options are available under those chosen streams.
Not to mention, you will get a chance to win exciting goodies. So wait till the end to find out the winners. Now, without further ado, let's go ahead. Varuna and Ovya can take over now.
Now we start with our first session, Guard and Guidance. Defense Design in UID, we have a small video presentation. Over to the CC desk. So now we start with the first session, Guard and Guidance, Defense Design in UID. We have a small video presentation. Over to the CC desk.
While we wait for the video to play, I will be explaining briefly how the sessions forward will be taking place. We will have a small presentation. By each college, followed by their address, and then followed by a small Q&A session where participants can ask questions to the college representatives and get a chance to win exciting goodies and much more. Over to the CC desk.
Imagine yourself amidst bullets. Scared. You should be. The call of duty brings in dangerous challenges for our defense forces. It takes more than the love for their nation to keep them going, to keep them safe, to keep all of us safe. Not all soldiers are needed in the battlefield. Our nation's brave hearts are looking up to you to boost their confidence and survival. Do you have it in you? Prepare yourself to contribute to the nation through the Defense Design course at UID. Be there's honors in defense design. Join now.
It is my pleasure to introduce Cole Estes, the Director of United World Institutions of Design, a constituent design college of Karnavati University, Ahmedabad. He is passionate about academics, academic administration, system and processes, and international collaborations. He has been instrumental to steer UID's membership to premier internationally recognized art and design, WDO, IFFTI, and Cumulus Association. KU is now a member of Association of Commonwealth Universities and AIU. Over to you, sir. I think sir is not able to unmute.
Yes, sir is there. I'll just check. Yeah.
So I also need, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I also need admin rights for sharing something, if that's
Yeah,
possible.
you're the co-host now, sir. You can go
I'm
ahead
the
and
co-host?
share this.
Okay, great. Okay, we have very short time and it's a huge volume to discuss. And somewhere the understanding how this generation can be so powerful as a designer to challenge the twin forces which surround us, and how design becomes such an important part in the whole realm of areas of defense, be it much below the waters and much above the stratosphere. That's the range which the whole defense and forces across the world. Now, just to bring a little bit perspective, is that every year, United World Institute of Design, which is one of the fastest growing design schools in India, challenges itself to break the boundaries, to break the, let's say the envelope of where defense and where designers can make such a huge difference into the area, whether it's services, whether it is products, whether it is experiences, which is how the problem solving, design thinking, creative thinking designers of today are getting churned out from universities and institutions like us. So last year, we have a global conclave called the Ahmedabad Design Week, where we have knowledge partners of some of the top international associations, World Design Organization, Cumulus, ICOGRADA, the local ASC, Association of Designers India, and huge number of companies. Last year, we had the IITs, NITs, NIFTs, all part of it because it was about toy design. And see where we have gone there in trying to see that the cheap remakes of toys of other countries do not invade us. About nearly 50 odd or in the multiples of billions of dollars, money has flown into the Indian kitty to develop industries, parks, looking after toy design. Now, inbuilt in every citizen of India, whether you are in a uniform or out of uniform, is this huge DNA and this huge, say, a sort of a emblem and a motto to do something for the country. And if you're following Republic Day, if you're following many others, we read the newspapers, we find that we have neglected a sector to our detriment, where we have been caught between two forces inimical to us. and take that to the area of a small country like Israel, whose technical prowess, whose citizenry, and the whole ecosystem is such that they become exporters of such a lot of technology, which is now being introduced to so many countries where you use such high-tech AI, ML enabled technologies. So I'll share a little bit on how the defense design course is a, let's say, a samagam. It's somewhere at an inflection where the 4 or 5 major areas of product design, interaction design come in, and the number of internships and the huge funding which is available. So as opposed to an internship which takes place only once for 8 to 6 months in the final year, here you will be visiting so many labs and very high-tech labs. Now, if anyone knows the story that a battle was lost for the sake of a pin. So there is many things happening in India. One is import substitution with huge area of export. See what we have done to our small scale car industry. Today we are net exporters, and it's such high-tech cars we are now sending in the lower segment to so many countries. About 120 countries drive a Swift or a Baleno from India. We want that change, that a small country like Israel's equipment are now in so many major armies. And they have such high tech that they can control a LMG, a light machine gun, through satellite. That is where we want the students of BDES honors, 199 credits, to go through. So instead of speaking lots, let me share my screen on certain areas, how we have bifurcated the course, what are the areas we have done, because a design school does design. But the implications of design and the implication of designer are to be far reaching, because today he or she is sitting in many boards very high in the table, and their voices started being recognized. Why is it? Because in UID, when you come, you have a 17,000 square feet of a maker area. The ground is all maker. There are 3D printers, there are Felder machines, there are all types of machinery to give you a whole DIY maker concept. Our GDP students go to Australia to understand what is a design factory. You use any number of high-tech material. And on top in the mezzanine floor is everything about digital. It's just like a digital art school where from AR, VR, XR to consoles to all sorts of things. So a student, when he comes, can get the whole area while at course and as a even in the evenings, so that the maker philosophy, use of from coding to Python to understanding the areas of design and solving small problems. We're not asking a student to build a Boeing, but there are so many small areas, small things which add up to a very large aspect. Does it mean that a student doesn't know about textiles? There are soldiers, there are people staying in very high altitude, -20, -30. There's a body armor which is so heavy that a student, that person can't move because of that. But there are ways of embedding ceramics in textiles to make it as good as something in steel. Many would know that all these principles of which you learn in a B school, whether it's IIM, whether it's XLRI, others, all those have come through very huge understanding of logistics and management principles, whether it is OR, whether it is knowing people's minds, which happened in the battlefield of World War I and II. Similarly, such a lot of areas in medical come through something which has a technology and the understanding, whether it's Meditech, whether it's smart textiles, whether it's certain areas of agile. Such a lot is there in the textile area. Similarly, there are areas where AI, VR, ML can become part and parcel of your small projects, which you start working with the DRDOs. So let me share a few places where you would get a sense that what is it for you. as once you join UID or the construct of a program, which is called the BDES Defense Design. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir.
Olivia? Yeah. So this is in short something about the defense design, where look at the areas where it is touching, from ballistics to military vessels to areas which may not always be part of the course, but there are many minor pathway specializations. Drone technology, there are areas which come under the area of all-terrain vehicles, uniform, gear, headgear. There are so many areas where there are small underwater aspects which can be seen. Yeah. Then the impact of this. Yeah. So when you look at how the construction took place, now we are rolling a 1.53 crores design challenge as part of the Ahmedabad Design Week. I'll come to that later, where there's a huge segment for students. So what did we do at the time when we got all the experts, HODs? Our HODs are either from IITs or they are from NID, they are from NIFT, all some of the top level. So how did we construct? It had design thinking, creative thinking, problem solving, areas of system design, areas of interaction design, areas of gaming design, because simulators, which many of you play as part of some very high-end games, also become the part of an arsenal of a student of BDES design to design simulators for real life activity, for training pilots, for training submariners, for training undersea drivers, training people how to shoot the weapon system. So then a very important part is the human factors or ergonomics. Small challenges can be launched, small areas can be taken in which you interact with a startup, you interact with a government lab, where you deal with human factors, advanced material, and then such a lot in the area of research. So the construct of this, I will ask someone to share later with all the students. So this is how the semesters will move, that you have at each stage beyond the introduction, that is the semester 1, you have very small industry immersions where you get informed to technology, form, function, the science of working, mobility design. Yeah. Olivia, all this is visible, is it, for all the students?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Then there is communication, applied behavior. Now, when teams get together in such a surcharged environment, such an environment where your life and many other things, you need to understand various psychologies. You need to understand how to maintain morale, how to move men and material across mountains. So there's something on ethics, leadership, lab, and applied behavioral science. Now, this is a core which is called the university core as mandated by the UGC. Then at various points, you'll see that you look at design thinking, design drawing, material science, ergonomics, and various other possibilities, pathways you can pick and choose. Then as we go higher and higher between year 2 and year 3, you start interacting with the industry. You are part of various labs in various companies beyond what the huge maker arena is being built in UID. Ultimately, when you come out, there are a huge number of choice of careers which you have with you. Some of it will come up when you start interacting. But since today was just an introduction to get you enthused, that how youngsters today who have such a good understanding of the area they want to go, they have done such research, are through this program are contributing to the might of India that although we are a soft power, we gradually start getting into the area of hard power and then get respected. It is not that you are, in a way of domination or trying to do what China is doing to the world. It is just to strengthen your areas, use design to improve. Design is all about problem solving, all about looking at niche areas, which I don't think many institutions thought of. But given the circumstances around us, given the area, the geographical area we are in, and see what is happening in the world, I think as students, as the next citizenry, as the next designers of India, you are going to make that change by absorbing, coming into, it is just a little bit adjunct from a product design or interaction design. But see the type of power, see the type of competence, see the type of experience you'll get. You could become a gamer for simulation. You could be a material area. You can look at drones as the next way of interaction. You can look at small bomb disposal, ATV. You have a huge platter to choose. And who's going to help you? Our entire faculty and faculty from specific areas, whether they are CEOs of startups, whether we have tied up with the DRDO and so many other labs who will come to help you. This is what is about the defense design. If anyone has any questions, I'll be quite happy to answer them.
Thank you so much, sir, for your knowledgeable and insightful words. The floor is now open to questions. Participants, please raise your hands to ask your questions. We will unmute you, then you can go ahead.
And participants, be on high alert. Frame your questions smartly as we have lots of exciting goodies waiting to be won.
I think we have Rishabh here raising his hand. Rishabh, you can
please go ahead.
Yeah, like I was having one question that as you said about defense designing UIT, like there are there any other honors courses about any in another fields which we can join, or in any design field or any college or something like NIFT or NID? Yeah.
So let me try and explain. So it's always very good sometimes when you're leading the pack as a pioneer. So I don't think we have any challengers in this area except for a few universities in the USA and some in UK. Look at Cranfield as a university, you'll get to know how they are teaching defense design technologies. Many of these are somehow not open. They are not revealed. It's very difficult to trace them. There's one in Oslo, in Helsinki. So but they are all in the forces. Here it is the contribution of a young designer from his design aspect. It is not to make armaments. It is to find what is the problem, solve the problem. People are getting to get water, high altitude. There are various technological challenges which they have. But here they have to, you get to know that, you solve it, contribute it, work along with the lab. Now, from the point of view that when you launch a design program, and just say that we are having the Ahmedabad Design Week on 26th, 27th, and 28th, physically in campus. And during that, we'll be having the Chief of Army Staff as to inaugurate it, as with other forces coming to us. Now, if you see Amity launches something DRDO in the MTech, that is a tech, BTech, MTech tech, of course. And other colleges, other universities like the Delhi University, Gujarat University have something which is more in the behavioral science areas or behaviors of philosophy behavior. But this is a design course. It will be part of the school or the Department of Industrial Design. It is where we are striving to showcase design as the next inflection point where design and emerging technologies are merging together. So this is a course in which you'll be taught creative coding and such other areas in the very beginning. You'll deal with not only the done material, that is board, metal, etc., but epoxies and so many other new material which are coming up. You'll be dealing with surfaces, you'll be dealing with form, function, etc. So basically is to make you understand I don't think anyone has, taken this leap of faith to enthuse the youth of India to look at how they can contribute to the defense of India.
I think BDES, hi, I'm Sham Prajapati from School of Industrial Design, UID.
Other
Dear
device
future,
is not available.
yeah, dear future designer, let me add to what Bose sir has said. BDES Defense Design, BDES Honors Defense Design at UID is first of its kind, and no other university is offering a very similar course, I would say. The courses which are being offered is at a master level, and that too in defense psychology and behavioral science.
Yeah,
As what,
one sec, Sham, one sec.
yeah.
So I forgot, and I think no one introduced Sham. Sham is a graduate and a master's from IIT Guwahati. He's pursuing his PhD, is in the second year of his PhD. He is a lead of our Department of Industrial Design, where we have a huge mix of ex-IITians, ex-people from ISC, Bangalore, where what I said is they are challenging the boundaries where defense, design, material, new technologies are coming all together. Yeah, Sham, please go ahead.
Yeah. So I was just saying that BDES Defense Design at UID is first of its kind. No other university is offering that. The courses which are being offered is at a master level, that to MTech and MSc, and that too in strategic planning, behavioral science, and defense psychology. That's the course being offered. Yeah, that's the summary of it.
And also, like there's something called the human-centric design. It's a human-computer interaction, human interaction with machines. How is that going to be that leverage that if two people are, how do you draw your pistol first if you are in a cowboy in a Western movie? That advantage of using technology in all aspects of your design process. These are some of the things which we are going to look at. I'll just give you a little bit. In the year one, you'll understand the architecture of defense in India. There's design drawing, there's design thinking, material science, ergonomics, intro to technology, form studies, which is very important. In between, you have projects where you are tested in teams and individuals along with a certain number of labs and studios in other institutions. You have coursework where there's workshop practice, and also gradually then get introduced to mobility design. With the industry immersion, first of its kind, between year and year one, which we call apprenticeship, you are getting into industry at the beginning, where all other students of all other courses, BDES, whether it is industrial, whether it is product, whether it's visual communication, fashion, textiles, what have you, their industry immersion starts much later. But then, if you are a contributor to India's future, you also got to be a very ethical person and all your things. So we teach professional ethics, CAD modeling, 3D printing, a certain amount of how lot of high-tech software are included in this team, whether you are is the whole Adobe CC suite, research methodology, material technology, strategic planning and critical thinking, where we have faculty from abroad in campus, or they will be taught through a program where we have got some of the best minds to teach you. Human-centered design, entrepreneurship. Where at the end, if you see, even in this whole scape of defense design, the huge number of small startups which are there. And we didn't know about it so much as we started preparing for the Ahmedabad Design Week 26, 27, 28. There'll be many speakers who have run very successful startups in vehicles, in drone technology, in many high-tech areas. So there's a course on simulation and analysis, emerging technologies, design optimization, design projects, introduction to interaction design. And in the end, you have to also submit a small research paper, which will get published in some of the top areas based on, of course, and then design management, strategic design. You just see the amount of cost things which we have put. I don't think anyone would have spent last 6 months in burning midnight oil to put this together, sending it to various headquarters, sending it to various people, getting their inputs, having discussions with 3 different international universities who have something in this area, and then coming to a good curriculum structure.
Rishabh, I hope that answers your question. We welcome you, Mr. Shyam Prajapati. Your experience to us is invaluable. Moving on to the last question for the session, we have G. Sanjay.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, just a bit louder, please.
Yeah, Sanjay.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Sanjay. I wanted to ask, what is the biggest challenge that the defense designers face? Is it going for implementation? Because lots of innovative minds design various stuffs which are great, but why they are not implementing in real life? Sir?
See, this is part philosophical, part political, part legacy inheritance. So there are many parts to it. I'll just give the ones which do not meet which is not controversial in many ways, because defense becomes a controversial subject. It is this new push of a new India which wants to stand on its own feet and not be dependent. Number one, harness this youth power, this huge power, the type of influences, experiences, schooling they have undergone, the type they are open to so many experiences. During our times, things were different. Now students go on field trips, they go abroad, they want a better life, they want to create through social enterprise, better life for countrymen. Now in that, we see that the huge potential of what can be used goes abroad, because each Rafale costs, I don't know, multi-crores. Why can't we start making? And would you believe that a very small portion of a Boeing 787 is getting produced in the Rajkot, and certain areas are getting produced anywhere. So we have small green shoots of working, but for the last 4 or 5 years, there's a sense that why should we get like a Pakistan Army or Mercedes when the Tatas can do something better? Have you ever sat on the SUZ 300 which the Mahindra has produced and see the type of technological leap a car has taken or a SUV has taken? That is the potential for India, which was not being reflected in this sector, where huge amount of import subsidization. It is going to be an earner through the collective youth, that demographic dividend which we have, who will put their forces together, look at small solutions, big solutions, teams, startups, big companies. Once this has started, see the number of investment which is coming into sector. Tata's has it, L&T has it, we have the Brahmos, we have Bharat Dynamics. So many companies are opening up, and there'll be strategic parks where things of very high quality nature will come. But who will do that? Our days are over. It is you. It is your youthful energy, your research, your hard work, your burning midnight oil. We are just providing a space for them, of bringing some of the areas, the best areas of design, so that you will tomorrow start knowing. Would you know that 156 students without anything, 3 months of sent out 156 IPRs of UID, out of which 16 or 16 are patents and many are copyrights, defined circle. So we never thought that we had that potential. Gradually, we are understanding the potential of our students, trying to put them at a place that they can do things individually, in teams, nationally, and globally. So that is this area, which was a very neglected area. You hear enough of political talk on that, enough of thinking if you open the TVs. But we took a decision that we make a program which pushes you into areas which is still a green field, an open field for designers. There will be, it doesn't mean that you will only meet the challenges of forces. You have so many other tertiary areas also can be.
I think
have I answered your question? Yeah.
To add to the both statement, I think it is also, how designers are constructed. the way they address the problem is different than the engineers address. Engineers work in constraint and designer look for the possibility. That is how they get differentiated. And let me tell you, a few years back, NASA started recruiting industrial designer, looking at the way they solve the problem. And that is where the gap has been identified. And with the push by Modi government, make in India, and it was
Startup
like,
India,
the
stand up
defense,
India, design in India.
design in India, make in India, manufacture in India, produce in India. So earlier, what was the scenario, that the defense design equipment and product was restricted to few, companies like Bell and all those things, Tata Motors, Mahindra. But now it is getting open to all because of this surge of make in India, design in India. And now it is open to all. So if you look at the competition, for the startup, it has been open to everyone. 50 crores is getting pushed just to come up with an idea and get yourself into entrepreneurship or a business journey. That is what the push is. That is so summarizing, we are closely working with, we will be working with DRDO and many other defense organizations to, so that, you come on a platform and get into this journey of defense design. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you.
So can you see this? This is the DRDO UID Karnavati University tie-up, along with the various sectors of, including Startup India, CII. Yeah, let's see the amount of prize money. So it is the DRDO Defense Innovation Challenge. For students, the prize money is 50,000 each. Research grant of 2.5 lakhs. For the industry level 2, it is nearly about 1 lakh plus research grant of 5 lakhs and angel funding and giving you open to be part of the Defense Design Technology Incubator of India, which is housed in Karnavati University. And then for the ones who have already level 3, who startups are aligned to Make in India, it is 2 lakhs and research grant up to 10 crores. So it is not that it is only that it is the course, but the whole ecosystem is being launched in KU to help tomorrow's next gen designers to start designing in the area of defense and of course, for bringing that technological changes and attempting design. So why is it that there are all the IITs, NITs, engineering colleges are looking at design? Because design education is very, very holistic. Design education addresses those areas which very, very streamlined streams, law, medical, are not able to design. Here, as Shyam rightly said, we look at possibilities and we try to see what are the possibilities which can be added, whether it is aesthetics, whether it is surfaces, whether it is any aspect, dynamic nature, all those things with good amount of research. Therefore, design process occupies the largest time in any design curriculum. Anything else, or are we out of time?
Thank you, sir. Okay.
So, yeah, please.
Yes, sir.
So what I'm saying is that thank you very much for providing this platform. Also, my best of luck to all the students who will be appearing for the test tomorrow, for the UID Design Aptitude Test, and which will be in the online medium. They will be receiving communications, and it's a 3-stage test. Tomorrow is just one of them, and other communication will follow. I only want to say that we depend on designers as to be the next gen power people of India, because gradually as other people have succeeded, we would like the designers to be on the top echelons, whether it's corporate, whether it's academia, whether it's manufacturing, whether it's industry. Thank you very much.
Thank
for
you, sir.
providing us. Yeah, Khushi has a problem, has a question. That will be the last question, I hope. Yeah.
Sir, Okay.
She can drop her question in the chat box, so we'll
Yes.
answer it
Yeah,
later.
yeah,
as
and
we're
some
running out of time.
answers, and Khushi and others, since there's a time restriction, it's if you have any question, and we'll
I have
send a
a very
yeah,
short question I have to
good, good,
ask
good.
you. Can defense design will ever involve robots in any of their project?
Very much,
I
very
wanted
much,
to ask.
very much, very much. So when we say of an all-terrain vehicle, when we say bomb disposal, they are all robotics. And if you've seen the infrastructure and some of our followers on Instagram, we have a whole robotic lab in UID, which will now shift to the huge maker area which we're making. So robotics, and then think of the privilege which you have. You have a school which is doing BTech in computer sciences with AI, ML, big data, robotics. They are going to give us the covering fire, as we say, to support us in this venue. So we'll have very high top-end engineers, MTech, PhDs also part of the lecture. We also have designers from NID, NIFT, etc. So it's a very welcome, wholesome team where robotics is definitely part of this.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All the best. Yeah, thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. As we're running out of time, participants will be allowed to ask their questions in the next session. Also, please drop down your questions in the chat box. So moving on to the next session for the day, Opportunities in Media and Entertainment Industry by Whistling Wood International. We now have a small video presentation on Whistling Woods. Over to the CC desk.
I remember when I was making films, a lot of young boys and girls used to come to my office to ask for work. That time there was no school in Mumbai. I thought of an idea to open a film institute in all aspects of cinema and media. I'm glad that I could fulfill my dream of having this international film institute like Whistling Woods International in Mumbai.
Whistling Woods and the efforts and endeavors taken by Subhash Ghai and his family have truly been exceptionally fruitful.
The access that Whistling Woods has to the community of creators is what is really amazing.
Our students today, they understand what is happening in the industry, and at the same time, they know what is that field that they would like to create a niche in.
An animation program associated with a film school gives the students a huge advantage in learning about film production methodology.
The kind of good students they are producing, the kind of courses they have, augurs really well for not just the film industry, but in various other industries.
Whistling Woods has actually so many different departments I didn't realize until I came here. Visual effects, VR, and stuff that actually I would like to come and learn as well.
Over here, along with various elements of films, if you are able to connect music also, I think it's a great endeavor to know that a facility like this exists in India. It's a matter of pride for all of us, sir.
Within 12 years to have Select itself accept that Whistling Woods is up there with the very, very best.
you're probably the most preeminent educational institution in this industry. It is this institute that has put you on the pedestal.
I'm delighted by the fact that Whistling Woods as an institution has concentrated its energies, its resources in building a future generation of our cinema.
We now have with us Mr. Chaitanya Chinchlekar of Whistling Wood International. Mr. Chaitanya has had a multifaceted two-decade career in film and creative art industry. He is currently the Vice President and Business Head of Whistling Wood International, India's premier film and creative arts institution. He also serves as a Chief Technology Officer of the Institute and heads its emerging media technology initiatives. He has been instrumental in the strengthening of film and creative arts education in India. I request him to talk about the university. We also have MITD, a place that fuses traditional arts and science to contemporary technologies. We also have Mr. Amit Shah, the Director of Admissions of MITD Ujjain. Over to you, sir.
Hi, thanks. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly take everybody through some of the broad elements of Whistling Woods, including our academics and our programs. And then I'd like to actually do Q&A a little bit more just to, just so that we're able to resolve any queries or any questions that you may have. So let me just share my screen. Yeah. So, I mean, you saw it in the video about Whistling Woods, so I'm not going to talk too much about it. What I'm going to do is actually just talk about what's unique about Whistling Woods.
Go.
What's unique about Whistling Woods and what we're doing related to multiple verticals of the media and entertainment industry. So broadly, if I just had to cap up, so Whistling Woods is rated as one of the 10 best film schools in the world. We've been rated for a while now, almost over 10 years. Global Institute of Influence, it's India's best creative and performing arts institute for a while. One of the key things that we've done as a school over the last year and a bit is to build out very, very specific, targeted, high-end education in the technologies related to media and entertainment in the emerging technologies. And that's something that we would really, this is something that never happened in India, where so much academia and industry has come together to work to build out areas in media and entertainment tech. Right? So we hosted India's first YouTube space, India's only Sony Media Tech Center, Red Education. We have a VR lab. We have a emerging media lab. We've also launched India's first degree program in applied arts in many, many areas in filmmaking, acting, music. First along with TASE and now with Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Youth Development, which is India's first institute of national importance. So it allows us to do masters as well as several other unique education. We've pioneered a lot of media education in India, from producing to India's first MBA in media and entertainment, content creation for digital platforms, virtual reality, so on and so forth. Over 3,000 of our alumni are in the industry now. So this is just a snapshot of where they're working. I mean, we've lost track actually of where all they're working. So it's hard to even put all the logos together. Every day, literally, there is some piece of media, some film, some series, something that Whistling Woods alumni have done some work on, which launches. In fact, just this morning, I found out that the organization or the team that has put together the entire video package, the entire video content for India's Miss Universe application this year, the one that we won, the one that where we won the Miss Universe. The entire video package around it was, the team was headed by a Whistling Woods alumni. I just found out this morning. So, I mean, there's a huge spectrum of where all our alumni are working. So I don't want to talk too much about this. Yeah. So these are some of the tech labs that we spoke about that we have. Now, this is the most important thing that I want to talk to you about. So what we've done is, for the first time pretty much in India, we've had media and entertainment education actually structured based on the broad buckets that it fits in, right? So broadly, M&E education sits in 4 buckets. So there's filmmaking, which is, audio visual content creation. Now in there, Whistling Woods has a BSc in filmmaking program. So this is a full CBCS, a complete choice-based credits system undergrad program, where students can choose up to 2 core electives out of all these 8. So it really enables them to both get a good grounding in the foundation of filmmaking and yet choose 2 core areas in which you want to almost mini specialize. Now, this is a BSc program, but students of any stream at +2 can join it. We also have a master's program in filmmaking and a 1-year diploma in screenwriting. That's for working professionals. The second bucket is the media and communication bucket. So there we have 3 BBA programs. One is in media and communication, second is in event management, third is in sports and esports. Again, it's first time that in India that somebody is launching an undergrad program in esports operations and management. So the media and communication program covers areas like business of film, TV, OTT, advertising, journalism, PR. Events obviously covers events, but both on the operational and on the business side. Sports and esports operations and management is again something that India doesn't really have to offer. It's something that we've pioneered. It will launch this year. This is the first year that it's being launched. The third bucket is creative arts, where we have 4 BDES programs in animation, in gaming, in fashion, and visual communication design. So the animation program covers things like 2D animation, 3D animation, comics, pre-visualization. Gaming and game design is obviously included in the gaming BDES. We have a fashion BDES, which includes fashion design, fashion styling, fashion journalism, fashion business, fashion films, costume design. So it's a pretty large area of coverage for fashion. And visual communication design covers all areas of applied visual design. So logos, everything from print to digital to web to immersive to logos, the entire spectrum, but everything that is commercial applied, right? We also have a specialized master's program in costume design because, costume design is complex, needs as many more areas of functioning in addition to just fashion design. The fourth bucket is performing arts, where we have a BA program in acting for screen. We have a BA program in music production and composition. So again, this is where we're actually teaching students how to be music directors, composers, arrangers, music producers. And then we have a 2-year advanced diploma in acting, which is primarily for the students who are already graduates. So this is the broad academic structure of the school. So if you look at the media and entertainment work pyramid, it's a pretty flat pyramid. So between the top of the kind of pyramid and the bottom, there's just 4 levels. And that's why it's so critical that even at the execution level, the bottom of the pyramid, which is where everybody enters at, you have significant cross vertical knowledge in the art, craft, the technology, and the commerce, right? So there is no aspect of the film or media and entertainment industry which is devoid of any of these 3. All 3 of them are included in everything, and that's really what you need to understand. So it's not like film has got nothing to do with tech, or if you end up doing business, you're not learning about the art, craft, or technology. So which is why we've tried to do in media and communication almost all our programs are either BBAs or MBAs, because that gives students a strong grounding of the business side of things. So our education is structured on 3 axes. So there is some theory education, some practical education. There is some foundation and some specialization education. And then there is choice-based credit system as well as conservatory. Right? And there are 3 teaching areas that are incorporated, like I mentioned: art, craft, tech, and commerce. And then we cover content being created in all 4 content viewing platforms. So cinema, television, OTT, and virtual reality. So Rajiv Gandhi National Institute of Youth Development is our university partner. That's where all the degrees come from. It's one of India's premier institutes of national importance. So quickly going to go through the people involved with the school. Don't want to take too much time on it. So Mr. Ghai is the founder and chairman. Ravi is the dean. I'm the vice president and business head. Rahul's head of academics. Meghna's president. Our academic advisory board, international advisory board. I mean, there are multiple Oscar award winning people. We've got, people from the media and communication world, from the media and entertainment world. So Martin Sorrell used to be global CEO of Group M till a while ago. We have Lord Putnam has won 2 Oscars for Chariots of Fire and Killing Fields.
ये मोटा हल्ला मत कर रहे हैं, नहीं तो
We've
कान फाड़
got
देगा रे।
governing council, which has Anand Mahindra and so on and so forth. Faculty, all our faculty are working professionals. That's the core that we bring to the table. This massive faculty body that we have. They're all
ये राह जो रस्तों गिरे आपको
connected to the industry, and they're able to build out a strong academic foundation for students. Right? Yeah, I mean, just some more faculty. All this is available on the website. I'm not going to take too much time on it. So this is our guest faculty roster. Every Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, we have industry professionals who come on, work with students. Some of our international guest faculty who have been there. This is what the campus looks like. We're inside Film City. So tech-wise, we're one of the most advanced technical campuses in the world, actually, not just in India. Yeah, so facilities and resources, some of our tech partners, kind of tech we have to offer. Globally affiliated, we have exchange programs with a lot of schools. What we have found out, though, is very few of our students go abroad, but a lot of international students actually come to Whistling Woods to spend a summer or a semester. And, I understand why very few Indian students go abroad, because India is where the media and entertainment industry is exploding. Almost all over the world, it's either plateauing or, kind of reducing in size, but India, it's exploding. So with the basic goal of being the thought leader for film and creative arts industry globally, that's where Whistling Woods comes from. Yeah. So that was an overview about the school, about the programs we offer, about the kind of education we offer. The website, Whistling Woods website, has got all of this in detail. We have the entire curriculum structure of all our programs on the website already for you guys to have a look. And why don't we spend the next few minutes doing questions?
Thank you, sir. So participants, the floor is open for questions now. Please raise your hand so that we can ask.
I see somebody. Good afternoon, sir. Does it run online programs in screenwriting, MA in costume design? No. You can't do a costume design program online, sadly. We do have a short module in screenwriting that we have as part of our virtual academy. But it's just 10 hours. It gives you a very basic, a very foundational understanding of what screenwriting for film means. So you can go on to www.virtualacademy.com, have a look at each of the small modules that we have to offer in those. So there are foundational learning in cinematography, direction, editing, production design, so on and so forth. But yes, you can't do a career program in online. Screenwriting, we are looking at doing we do have an online writing for series program, but that's only for existing writers who already come in with an idea for series writing, and we take them through writing the entire series as part of the program. So as somebody who's just starting out of high school, online education isn't recommended as a career education, right? Okay, hands up. So, why don't
So we
Harsh?
have Harsh. Yeah.
Harsh, yeah, why don't you go ahead?
Yeah, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
So I'm Harsh. I'm studying in class 12th right now, and I'm a music producer hobbyist. And I
Nice.
would like to ask two questions about the music production program.
Hmm.
The first question is many music producers who are like at a very good like place in their career say that you cannot really learn music production from a particular institute or a particular person because the taste of that person and your taste might just be different.
Correct.
And my second question
Right.
is that
So let me
when
answer the first one and then you ask the second one. Right?
sure
So
sure.
there are 4 aspects to music production, right? So one is obviously the ideation. Nobody can teach you how to have an idea for music. Nobody can teach you how to have an idea for anything. What institutes do is they create a conducive environment for ideas to emerge, for students to be able to come up with unique ideas. The second and the most important thing of music is tech. 99% of music today is composed not by instrumentation. It is performed by instrumentation, but is composed on a sequencing tool or a sequencing software on a computer or on a keyboard or on a MIDI keyboard, right? The idea is you need to be able to understand what is composition and how do you compose, what are the broad areas of composition. And you need to understand Indian classical, Western classical, you need to understand instrumentation, you need to understand music production and music arrangement. Music production and music arrangement are quite separate, and they're the production aspects of the creative, ideative part of music composition. And that is what you need to understand. Music composition doesn't just mean coming up with the tune, right? It also means all the other things. The other foundational understanding of this is that the core hypothesis of almost all creative education is that human beings are natural storytellers, right? You have to enable them to wrap their head around the technology and the tools and the workflow and the business, the industry of the times. Once they're able to do that, then they can go ahead and actually create content and do what they need to do. And that is really what the music production and composition program does, right? So it's about 5 years old now that the program is. Generally, we take in between 20 and 25 students every year. The music program is the one that gets full the first. And music students also are the ones who generally go out and start working at the soonest. Some of them even while they're studying. So there is such a massive thirst and a hunger and a dearth of qualified music directors and music producers out in the industry that, I mean, we really had to do nothing to get our students work, right? So the first one is those who say that music direction can't be taught is not right. There is many aspects to music production, composition, and music direction which can be taught. How to have the original idea, that's not something that anybody can teach you about any creative idea industry, whether it's writing or whether it's anything else, right? That's one. Yeah. What's your second question, Harsh?
Yeah, so second question is whenever I discuss something related to music production at my house with my father and my mother, the first thing they say is like this field, these kind of fields doesn't have like job security. So they basically ask us to like put it sideways and do whatever you're doing. And maybe you can do it in the future
so,
when you have
I
stable
get
career.
what they're trying to do is they're trying to create a safety net for you, right? So they're telling you, okay, boss, you do your engineering or you do something that is more quote unquote stable before you try out something that, is according to them doesn't have a solid career. So a couple of things on that. One is the premise that music does not have a solid career is incorrect, right? We've graduated, like I said, at least 60, 70 students now in the last 2.5, 3 years, and almost all of them are doing very well. See, you also have to understand that music doesn't necessarily only mean film music. There is a huge industry for ad films, for jingles, for background scores, with the number of hours of original content being created. We're creating 5 lakh hours of original OTT content. We're creating almost 2.5 lakh hours of original television content. We're creating about 10,000 hours of original filmed entertainment content. So given all this, the amount of work that is there is incredible. I am struggling at Whistling Wood. Sometimes we struggle to have one of our alumni who is a music composer to come back and actually we wanted to do a quick Instagram reel jingle for Whistling Woods ourselves. And almost everybody we called said that, sir, we are juggling 2-3 projects at a time. I really don't have time to come back to do work, right? So this is the kind of what we're talking about. So it's completely incorrect that it's not a safe profession, right? There is no profession that's safe. Today, the most qualified helicam operator, most skillful technical helicam operator does not have a job just because drones have come in and replaced helicams. So there is no job that has job security for the rest of your life, including music. So it's just like anything else. The second thing is that 17, 18 is not the time to build a safety net, right? Now is the time to experiment. Now is the time to take risks. Until and unless you are at a situation in your family where you really need to start earning by the time you're 21, 17, 18 is actually the time to pursue, do what you love. And that's where you will understand how good you can be at it, how to actually go ahead and build a career in doing what you love, right? So that's just the broad overview of everything that you spoke about. So you can maybe ask your parents to listen to the recording of this, and if they want, they can come to Whistling Woods, meet me, and I can have a chat with them. Yeah?
Sure, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Salil, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Very good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
I'm from Pune, and I'm just doing 11th commerce, and I want to do career in film editing, sir.
Okay.
So my question is that I want guidance for that.
So you should do the undergrad program in filmmaking that we have, where you can choose editing as one of your 2 core areas of work. See, you have to understand, editing is one out of 3 areas of narratology that films bring in, right? So there is screenwriting, there is direction, and there's editing. They're all part of the narrative aspects of filmmaking. So there's a common anecdote that film gets made thrice: on the writing table, on the set floor, and on the editing table. So editing is not about softwares. Editing is about much more than that. Editing happens here. It doesn't happen on the computer. There was editing that used to happen long before there were computers and will continue to happen long after there are computers. So think of that as that. I mean, as editing goes, we've not really how should I say, we've not had a situation where a Whistling Woods editor has gone out into the industry and has not been able to do great work. So, I mean, just this year, in the last 2 years, some of the excellent work done by Whistling Woods editors. So, for example, I don't know if everybody saw the film 83, right? So 83 was edited by an alumni. Razi was edited by an alumni. Gully Boy was edited by an alumni. I mean, so much content out there is being edited by Whistling Woods alumni that I've lost track of it. So yes, if you want to pursue a career, please come apply for the BSc in filmmaking. Well, not this year, you'll be able to apply for it next year. And yeah, you can choose editing as one of your 2 core subjects.
Okay, sir. And my second question is, there is a bright future in film editing in future. Means I'm doing first 11th, then 12th. Means it's still 25th, 2025.
Yes.
There is a bright future.
Editing never goes away. As an industry, it never goes away. You will always edit. Editorial requirement will always be there. In fact, as content creation goes up, the number of editors needed will go up, right? Just between Netflix, Amazon, and Disney Plus Hotstar, they're commissioning hundreds of hours of new content literally every day. So editing requirement not going to go down. It's only going to go up.
Okay, sir. Thank you so much.
Sanskriti?
Thank you. So we're running out of time. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, but I mean, Sanskriti, go ahead. Okay.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Am I audible?
Yeah. Actually, Sanskriti and Astha, why don't you all ask your questions together back to back, and then I'll answer them all together so we can then end them.
Sure, sir. Sir, I am in 12th standard now, pursuing my boards and all. I'm from the science stream, and I was initially pursuing engineering, but then I felt that I should use my creativity and more. So hence, I'm giving the architecture and designing now. But since childhood, I have always had the inclination towards films and all that glamour world. So I wanted to ask you that because I belong to a middle class family. So I want to start earning earlier, and that's why I'm pursuing a more, income and that oriented, I mean, money oriented career. But this media and all this has always been a fantasy and you can say attraction to me. So is there any way that I can do both the things? Like, can I pursue both the degrees side by side, or
not possible?
Can I do it after like completing my undergraduate?
Yeah, we have a master's in filmmaking as well. So you can come back and do your master's. But what I would recommend you to do is, if you are keen on filmmaking, why don't you try undergrad filmmaking, right? It is a degree program, right?
Sorry to disturb, sir. I'm
Sorry?
not into filmmaking. I'm more into script writings.
Yeah,
and
so
the acting out of
screenwriting is a part of filmmaking.
Okay, sir.
Filmmaking just doesn't mean direction, right? So everybody's a filmmaker, a music person, sound person, writing, editing, direction, production design, producer, they're all filmmakers, right? So if you are looking at doing screenwriting, you can, we have a 3-year undergrad program where you can, choose screenwriting as one of your 2 electives. So that's something that you can do. But if you are keen and if you have other pressures, you can go ahead, do something else, and then come back and do the master's program in screenwriting. You can't do it together. It's not something that can be done together.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Right?
So now we have a last question.
Yeah, there was another question from, I don't know.
Yeah, it was from me, Astha.
Yeah.
I'm audible, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm in 11th standard. I'm looking for making my career in animation. So I wanted to know what is the current scope in India for animation?
So when you say scope, you mean how much animation work is happening out of India? Huge, right? So, I mean, you're too young to remember, but about 7-8 years ago, 80% of Indian animation or animated content on Indian television screens was imported content, right? It was content that was coming from Canada, Japan, being dubbed in Indian languages. Today, that's less than 10%. Just Indian television alone has close to 30 to 40 original shows that are running across the 5 or 6 kids channels that we have. That is in addition to all the content, animated content that's being created by Indian studios for the world. So the number one preschool kid show on Netflix globally is an Indian animated show, is Mighty Little Bheem, which is a spin-off of Chota Bheem. Right? It's the number one preschool kids show globally on Netflix. So over the last, I would say 15 years, 10 to 15 years, Indian animation has made a huge leaps and huge progresses. You don't need to worry about having scope. You'll run into the other problem, is that the problem that, we have our alumni that run into it almost 4 years since after they graduate, between 4 and 5 years after they graduate, they run out of challenges that the Indian industry can throw at them. So most of them end up going abroad to work. So our Indian animation alumni literally span the globe. So we have students who are working in Vancouver, and we have students who are working in ILM and Weta Digital in New Zealand. So Sony ImageWorks Vancouver to New Zealand, if you literally draw a line across the map, and that's where our alumni are, primarily because the Indian animation industry stopped challenging them. They're doing great work, but they want to do more. So they end up moving out, and quite easily, actually. So I mean, I wouldn't be worried about the scope of animation. It really depends on, are you willing to put in the hard work, because it is hard. It's not easy. Whistling Woods, and this is just something that I want to kind of give you guys a heads up. Oftentimes, media and entertainment, creative arts, liberal arts education is looked upon as party education. It's not. Whistling Woods is 40 hours a week, 42 weeks a year. We are boot camp, right? So once you get in, if you do get in, forget about everything else. This is what you're going to do for 3 or 4 years, right? This is going to prepare you for the industry. So just keep that in mind.
So we're extremely sorry, but we'll have to move on. Thank you very much for joining us.
Okay, so there are a bunch of chats here. So I'm just going to reply on chat as much as possible.
Thank you so much. So other questions can also be sent on the chat box. So would love to.
Yeah, I'll just drop my email ID. You guys can mail me also if you want. I'll put you through to my admissions team. I'm also posting a link of the Whistling Woods programs and who you can contact on campus.
Yes, thank you, sir. Participants, as we're running out of time, we kindly request you to put all your questions in the chat box. And also, do stay with us till the end. You have interesting topics coming up, as well as goodies being sponsored. So moving on next, we have Conscience of Luxury by Instituto Marangoni. Over to the CC desk.
You didn't choose to come here today. You decided much, much earlier. You decided when you made your first pencil stroke, when you chose your favorite color, the day you discovered what is beautiful and what is not. The first time you were told you're talented. This is why you are here now. Because it's not enough just to be told. Talent is nothing until you can touch it, wear it, illuminate it, see it. When it mixes with 2, 3 or 4,000. It is useless without sweat, tears and sleepless nights. It is no good if it only speaks to itself. Challenge it, set it on fire and rebuild it from scratch. Blindly trust it, but never totally believe it. You can't find it, but you can learn. Your talent brought you here. It's time to begin.
We have with us Miss Amara Sangam. She walks in with the experience of working with the largest luxury brands and groups in the world. Louis Vuitton, Mato Hensley Group, along with other well-known fashion houses like Juicy Couture, DKNY, London Fashion Week, and many others. Also an alumni of BA Fashion Management degree from London College of Fashion, UAL. Amara has developed an expertise in buying and merchandising in the European luxury fashion market and even consults international fashion brands in India and abroad. We also have with us Mr. Viral Shah, the admission officer of Marangoni. We welcome you both, and I now request you both to address participants. So you're on mute. Yes, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, everyone. Amara, please take it forward. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. So I'm Amara Sangam, like my dear friend Varuna mentioned. So we're going to jump right into the topic that we're going to discuss today. It's called conoscenza of luxury. So conoscenza in Italian means knowledge of luxury. Now, luxury is a huge topic. We do an entire postgraduate course in luxury management, so I can go on talking about it for hours and hours. But so what we will do in this session is just touch on a few key categories that qualify any brand to be luxury or not luxury. So let me just, I think he's already told you a little bit about me. So, I worked with groups like Louis Vuitton Group, DKNY, Active Futum, Hollister, Harrods, Gucci, Dior, Juicy Couture. I've engaged with multiple brands in different capacities. So my expertise is in buying and merchandising and data analysts and analyzing. That's where my expertise is. I currently am in Bombay, but I've lived in London for a little short of 10 years. Now, why do I like to talk about that a little bit? Only because I think it's important for you to know where I'm coming from. So although the case studies and the examples that I'm going to be talking about, given my expertise, is going to be from luxury fashion space, but when we talk about the criteria of what qualifies a brand to be luxury or not, it's applicable to any industry. So when you engage with any brand, you know exactly the approach, the strategy that the brand is taking. The minute you understand, you're able to qualify whether a brand is luxury or not. And a lot of the times, especially in India, it may not be an obvious thing that, okay, let's say a Gucci is a luxury brand, but it may not be as obvious as that at every point, right? So you have to sort of understand what brand is luxury, what makes it luxury and what not, because whether you're taking a design perspective, whether you're taking a brand management perspective, whether you're taking a communications perspective, the strategy entirely changes. It's not like one is right and one is wrong. It's just a different way of running the brand, running the business, right? Okay, so let's jump right in. Now at this point, I want all of you to think about any one luxury brand that you can think of. So when I say luxury brand, the first brand that comes to your mind. Now you can shout it out if you want. Actually, you can't mute yourself right now. Unmute yourself. So I'm hoping that all of you are able to think of any one brand that comes to your mind when I say luxury brand. And I want you to hold on to that. And as we talk about just a couple of criteria, I want you to question yourself, does this brand qualify to be, does it meet this criteria? Yes, no. So maybe it is luxury, maybe it's not luxury. Okay. Now, so this is the logo of the brand Ralph Lauren. Now, I like to take Ralph Lauren as a case study when I'm talking about luxury, because a lot of us probably know about it through, shows like Friends and a lot of.
Okay, अपना just start हुआ. नहीं, अपना just start.
Viral, sorry. Okay, yeah. So I like to talk about Ralph Lauren because of that, because I'm hoping a lot of you have probably heard of it, or you've heard of US Polo. The logo is usually quite familiar to a lot of us. Now it's very interesting because when Ralph Lauren is designing his collection, he says a very beautiful thing. He says, when I'm making my collection, I'm making a movie. Now, why is he drawing a parallel between making a collection and making a movie? And I love this because I work as an actor now, so I like to draw that parallel because I understand the design strategy. And all of you watch movies, so I'm sure you know of really bad movies. Think about, I wouldn't say bad, but like movies which don't necessarily add up in their plot, right? Whether you think of, let's say, a Race 3 or a Dabangg or any Houseful 3, think of all of those movies and you see that the plot doesn't necessarily add up. And usually those are the movies that one would say, they're not great movies. Maybe some would, but it's a different strategy. It works for a different profile of the audience. In the same way, you see in fashion as well, if you, let's say, go into a vest side or a pantaloons, you go into the store, let's say in the spring summer collection, which is you go into the store in March, which runs in summer, March to usually from Jan, Feb till about June, July. Now, if you go into the store in March and you go into the store a few weeks later, you will see the story is completely different. The plot doesn't necessarily add up through the season. You go into the store in March and you go into the store in June, you will see like a whole different world out there, and you'll probably see different stories happening in different corners of the shop floor, right? You wouldn't see that in a luxury brand. In a luxury brand, in a Ralph Lauren store, you walk into the store and you will see in March, you'll see a particular set of clothes, accessories, all of the products, and then you come back in June, you'll probably see a different set of products, different set of merchandise, but you will see that it is part of the same story. The plot has moved on, but there are certain elements, there are certain aspects of it, there are certain design elements which are exclusive to the story that the designer is trying to tell for that particular season. And that's very, very unique to a luxury brand, and you'll only find it in a luxury brand. Right? So that's very important in terms of understanding the design strategy for a luxury brand and a non-luxury brand, because then you know how to approach the product or whichever industry that you're looking at venturing. Right? So that's Ralph Lauren. Now, this, I'm hoping a lot of you already know about this. This is Gucci that we're talking about. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you a particular video, and it's the making of a very classic shoe that has been made exactly in the same atelier, in the same way in Milan for years and years and years, right? Right from day one, it was made exactly in the same way, and it's being made exactly in the same way today. So let me just quickly share that with you. And what I want you to do, you won't be able to shout it out to me, but I want you to carefully watch it very attentively, and count the number of steps there are in the making of the particular shoe. Okay? It's the making of the shoe video. Okay, so I have counted around 18 steps. I'm hoping some of you are somewhere close to it. Maybe some of you thought there are about 10 steps. Some might say that there are about 20 steps. Now the number usually ranges when, okay, someone said 20 steps. Okay, so now you're not wrong when you counted, let's say 20, or some of you might say 15. Whatever the number is, it may not be exactly 18, but I'll tell you how I counted 18, right? Usually the qualifier to knowing that, okay, does this qualify to be another step in the making of the product is the cost and the resources that are being used. So if the resources being used are getting added to the cost of the making of the product, then yes, it is a step, right? Which in terms of labor, in terms of material, in terms of time, all of that should kind of grid in together to make that costing variable. With every product that you make. Now, when we look at this particular video, you looked at one shoe. Now, a shoe is a pair, so you will notice that there are so many steps. Even if you say there are 10 steps, there are these 10 steps that are being taken to make that one shoe. Then that's the other pair, the other leg of the shoe, right? And then you only saw the main body of the making, but there's all the raw materials that have come in, the labels that have been made, the tanning that the leather has gone through, all of the processing is basically, you didn't see all those steps, right? So they add another few, let's say another 10 steps on before this and another 10 steps after this, because each pair then has to go through the whole size range and then has to go to every store around the globe. Right? And think about all the Gucci stores around the globe and online stores. So it's a huge level of making time. Now, a non-luxury brand will not be able to spend that kind of time on a product because their customer will not pay that kind of money. The markup that you see will not add up for that customer, right? Like let's say Gucci, now you've looked at all of these steps, add another premium for the legacy that it's carrying. It's being made exactly the same way, the whole craftsmanship, the detailing, all of that, and that's what makes it the price that it is. That price let's say a pantaloons or a Zara or a H&M is not going to be able to get from their customer. So they will not put in that much effort, that much detailing into their product in the first place. Now again, it's not a good or a bad thing. It's a different business strategy altogether, right? Now, when we talk about luxury, most of the times, a lot of you, especially someone who is a layman, will say, what is luxury? It's super expensive. As someone who's attended the session, I don't want any of you to go out and say the luxury is expensive. That's what makes it luxury. The price is high. No, it's because the legacy, the craftsmanship, the storytelling, the legacy which is adding to the premium of the pricing. That's what makes it the price that it is. That's why it's luxury, not because it is at a higher price point. I can't just make something and then put a higher price point and make it luxury. Also, remember that it becomes very dependent on the market affordability. Some in India, let's say you might talk to someone and they might say, 2,000 rupees is a product is very expensive. And you might go to, let's say, a London and they might say, a 2,000 rupees product is super cheap. So then it becomes very relative to who is buying. So price point is never a decision maker for luxury. It's the legacy, the craftsmanship, the attention to detail, the storytelling that makes it a luxury or a non-luxury brand. And the whole strategy changes when you understand whether the brand is a luxury brand or a non-luxury brand. Now within luxury, non-luxury also there's premium brands, there's diffuse luxury brands that look and feel like luxury but are not necessarily luxury when you actually qualify them through the criteria that we study about. So that's in terms of a generic overview of luxury. Now let me just quickly tell you in terms of fashion specific, right? So the big 4 fashion week that we all know, hopefully anyone who ever interacts with or likes to read about fashion or watch fashion shows, about the London, Milan, Paris and New York fashion week. Those are the big 4. Then there are others that are happening. There's keeping the exception of COVID times, before COVID times, there's about 63 fashion weeks that happen all around the world, right? And the shows like Lakme Fashion Week doesn't even count in that. Why? Because the expenditure is just not as much in a Lakme Fashion Week compared to the other fashion show weeks that happen around the world. And any week any week around the year, you'll find some fashion week happening somewhere. So there's a lot of fashion weeks. Now, the big 4 are the biggest because of the expenditure, the media expenditure that happens, right? Now, if you look at these pictures, now you see how weird these clothes are, right? Who would put a pillow on their head or carry a skull in their hand or wear these huge puffy shoulders? Like, it just doesn't look wearable. But you have to remember, a fashion show is a very glamorous event. There's a lot of glam around it, but that is just for the world. As an industry, it is an industry event. It's a business event. So as someone from the industry, when I look at a particular outfit, I instantly know how to strip it down, strip the drama out of it and see what sellability it carries, right? So when a fashion show is basically targeting 2 types of audiences. One is PR, so that's where they call the celebrities, the influencers, the editors, the magazine profiles. All of that is basically for PR. So this drama that they're creating is because this is what will go viral. This is what you will talk about. This is what everyone will end up. You remember these images, right? And these images are essentially amplifying the story that they're trying to tell. Now, because the season has a particular story that the designer is trying to tell, that helps because as someone from the industry, when I look, you can pick a random product, but if that's a brand that I essentially have worked with or know, I will be able to tell, okay, this is from probably spring, summer 17. I think this is from spring, summer 18, because there is a story that is being told, and I, as an audience, in the fashion show, whether it's the buyer or the supplier, the buyer who's basically coming to understand, will the story work with my story that I'm trying to tell within my store plan? That's the decision that I'm trying to make when I'm sitting at the fashion show, and that's the audience that they're looking at. Now, I'm going to show you this quick picture. This is a Rick Owens fashion show that's happened in spring, summer 17 in Paris. What you see on the right hand side is the product that was on the ramp, right? So when I see it, I see what the story the designer is trying to tell. and I'm trying to judge, okay, is this story going to work? And then after the fashion show, I book an appointment with the showroom, I go into the showroom, I place my orders, I see, and 6 months later, what you see on the left is actually what goes into the store. So I have to have the skill, the training for my eyes to be able to strip that drama that they're trying to put up over here and see the sellability, the profitability of the actual product, right? So that's essentially in terms of fashion week, which is instantly a qualifier for a luxury brand. That's why we talk about connaissance of luxury, we talk about generic criteria, and then we talk about specific criteria. As a fashion show becomes an instant qualifier, because if a brand is part of a fashion week, then you know that it's a luxury brand. If it's not part of a fashion week, i.e. the fashion week that let's say the British Council schedules the fashion week, there are a lot of other fashion weeks that happen that British Council hasn't put out in their schedule. Those are not necessarily luxury brands, but if a brand is part of the British Council schedule for the fashion week, London Fashion Week, then that is instantly a luxury brand, right? So that's in terms of understanding luxury. That's in terms of understanding luxury in fashion. Now, let's quickly just glance through in terms of careers in fashion. So what we're looking at over here is 4 types of careers. Now, the idea of me putting this here is because I want you to know, see, when we're studying fashion, we are studying design, a lot of the times we think, okay, I know a fashion designer, that's what I want to be. But there's a lot more to it. It's an entire industry. Right? I didn't study fashion design. I didn't work as a fashion designer. I understand design. I have studied design as well, but as part from the business perspective, right? So when you talk about design, there's a lot of different options. When you talk about styling, there's a lot of different careers within that. When you talk about business, there's a lot of different careers. When you talk about interior design, there's a lot of different careers. It's not just one job profile. Think about a fashion brand, go into their fashion design department. Not everyone is called a fashion designer, right? So everyone has a different skill set, and you need to sort of broaden your minds to understand what skill set you want to specialize in. Now, this slide that you're looking at is essentially just to kind of make you understand the different lateral career paths that one could take within fashion. This is essentially a fashion house would have this kind of a career path. Not every fashion house, because they have different organizational structures, but a generic one, right? So an entry level role. So no matter what you do, you can enter in any of these roles. And then these are the middle management courses middle management roles that you could explore after the entry level roles, and these are the higher management levels. So for you to sort of know that, okay, there's more to the jobs and the opportunities that are there within the industry, right? So that brings me to the end of my side of talking about luxury in fashion, luxury in general, connaissance of luxury, and in terms of careers. I'm going to now hand over to Viral, and then we're going to take questions. So Viral will tell you a little more about us at Marangoni, and over to you, Viral.
Sure. Thank you, Amara, for an amazing session on luxury. I think so many of you would want to know about Marangoni, the admission process, where we are, what we do. I think so. Let me just quickly take you through a presentation on the same, and then we'll take up the questions. There we go. I'll start with a short video on the life of a student at Institute of Marangoni.
I'm studying the Master of Fashion Design. Everything is fashion.
Io studio interior design.
Io ho scelto interior design.
Enjoy. I love the school.
My name is Chris, I'm 20 and I'm from Barcelona.
Le stylisme. Je fréquente le cours de stylisme.
Studio fashion design.
The meaning of fashion.
I want to be a fashion designer.
Grande voglio fare progettista.
So sorry to disturb.
Your video has been.
Your video has been. We're not able to see.
I
Can
didn't
you?
get you.
Your
Your
video was
video is
freezed for the past.
Yeah, so you'll have to replay it again.
Oh, sure. Just give me a moment.
Yeah.
Let me just reshare. Just let me know if you're able to get this sound.
No, it's perfect.
Sorry.
I don't care, go on and tear me apart. I don't care if you do. 'Cause in the sky full of stars, I think I saw you.
So, students, we are Istituto Marangoni, one of the oldest fashion, art and design school based out of Milan, Italy. Milan, which is the fashion and design capital of the world. We're one of the boutique schools wherein we would only take 20 students per class. Okay, more than 85-year-old already with around 45,000 graduates from fashion and design field. At present, we would have around 107 students from 107 countries who would have studied with us. Talking about the international presence of Istituto Marangoni. So generally, whenever a school kind of grows in numbers, they would go on the outskirts and they would put up a residential campus. Marangoni chose a bit of a different route wherein we kind of identified different design and fashion capitals of the world, and we put up our footprints over there. So, ma'am just mentioned, the top 4 fashion weeks of the world. That's your London, Paris, Milan, and New York. We are present in 3 of these locations. So one of the uniqueness, the students get a cross-country experience wherein the student can start their journey in one campus and they can complete, their study in our European campus. So similarly with Mumbai, you can start with Mumbai and kind of complete your education in our Paris or London campus. This is our course portfolio. So as far as our undergraduate programs are concerned, we offer 3 years undergraduate degree programs as well as diploma programs. So within fashion, we've got design, styling, and business. And within design, we've got interior and product design. We've got postgraduate as well as short courses that the students can pursue. Talking about the cross-country experience, the student can start at Mumbai, do their first year and progress to our London or Paris campus with be a degree degree, be an honors degree, or the students can also do 2 years in Mumbai and pursue to our Milan, Florence, or Paris campus to complete their last year. Talking about the requirements or the application requirements, at our end, we do not take any entrance tests. The student would need to present a portfolio. They would need to submit their 10th and 11th mark sheets. Yes, and with a statement of purpose and a CV. CV highlighting their not only educational, but co-curricular activities also should be a part of the same. Postgraduate would have different requirements. Talking about alumni of Istituto Marangoni, so, being an 85-year-old institution, a lot of our alumni are already at top positions with luxury brands that we just talked about. So Dolce & Gabbana, if you heard of him, heard about the brand, Domenico Dolce is one of our alumni, Moschino. So Alessandra, she was with Gucci and Valentino before, now she is heading Tod's, and Julie Lebrun.
It's always like I feel like I will have heart attack before the show.
I think we were really lucky to have such a great time at Marangoni. Anything's possible. Follow your dream, create what you love, and nothing's impossible.
I would love to be a student again. I would easily do the whole course again.
This fantastic school and this fantastic job and career that I expect you after will always pay you back in satisfaction.
So from India, it's Rahul Mishra, Dhruv Kapoor. These guys not only present their collection at Indian Fashion Weeks, but they also present their collection at Paris and Milan Fashion Week. In fact, Rahul Mishra just day before itself presented his collection at Couture Week in Paris. This is one of the projects that our students did with Disney. They were kind of commissioned to do costumes for the characters of the film. The most interesting part here is the third student from the right. Probably it's inverted at your end, but she's from Pune. Most of you today probably are from there. This is another industry project we did with Zara, and you can just Google Zara US and Istituto Marangoni. You'll find the collection there. This was actually put up at window display at the Duomo store in Milan. You must have heard about the Sabyasachi H&M collaboration. This was one of the collaborations. This was a recent industry
project. If I had to describe Dolce & Gabbana in 3 words, I would say that it would be bold, opulent, and daring. So the theme I decided to
Rado, when they wanted to introduce or get into accessories, they had approached us, and these are some of our student designs that was submitted. So this year, unfortunately, we could not do a physical showcase because of the lockdown. So we've done a digital showcase. You can just Google House of Istituto Marangoni, or I'll just leave a link here. You will be able to see our student projects, our fashion film of all different campuses that we have. A lot of talks also put up over there, scholarship opportunities. This would be the link that you would need to follow. One more thing I would want to leave with is any student who's kind of researching on the colleges that they intend to join, always check out a LinkedIn profile wherein you'll be able to see the alumni that are from that school. So similarly, this is, I'll also share the link to our LinkedIn profile. You will be able to see the alumni who registered with LinkedIn and are there. So you'll be able to see the country that they came from, the kind of brands that they worked with. It's all the alumni insights you'll be able to find on LinkedIn itself. So I think that's more or less from my end. Any questions that we can answer?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now the podium is open for you to ask questions. I request the participants to raise their hands. So we have Naina.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sir, I want to know that fashion design and BDS was a 2-year course. So does it include foundation year or?
Okay, so this is very unique part about Marangoni. See, the thing is, we've been doing this for last 85 years. Okay, we've realized broadly within fashion, these are the 3 fields that a student, if they've done an undergraduation, would be prepped for the industry. So at our end, within fashion, we've got these 3 fields. Our course is a specialized course in this field itself. So there's nothing as undergraduation. If you've chosen fashion styling right from day 1 with 19 other students, you would be sitting in a different classroom. Okay, so the course that you choose is what you would start with. We also understand at some point in time, I understand there could be few students who might not have a little bit of clarity on it. We are here to guide you on that. We also have a short course, so any student between the 11th and 12th standard in their summer vacation can actually join a short course and find it out for themselves, whether they are up for it or not. But yes, in our case, we would want the student to use that 1 year in the industry rather than spending it at the school, doing something which could be completely non-related to the course that they've joined, so could be a fashion student who's working, with wood is something which we don't find it worth the time and money that their parents are spending.
Next, we have Ronak.
Ronak, go ahead.
Ronak. Okay, we'll move on to Sanskriti.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Sanskriti. Go ahead.
So I think that's Ronak.
Yeah. Yes, Ronak.
So I was asking that I have interest in fashion designing as well as in textile.
Okay.
So what would be more preferable? What should I choose?
Okay. So, dear, there is a difference here. Okay. Where the textile design ends is somewhere your fashion design starts. Okay. Yes, there is some overlap in some cases. Maybe if you are keen on doing print work on, you want to do a print collection or an embroidery collection. Yes, these are some surface design that you work with. But broadly, fashion design would entail on kind of creating a collection at the end of your course, or even in our case, a student would create a collection at the end of 2nd year, also at the end of 3rd year, once they graduate at our European campuses. So there is a bit of overlap here, but again, it's on you. Where do you see yourself, you see yourself as spending more time on developing textiles or working on an existing cloth, or whether you want to get into making full-fledged garments in a way, or a collection.
So any other questions? I think we're done. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll just leave here some links as well as my contact details. In case anyone has any queries, please reach out to me on WhatsApp. Also, I'm available. Thank you and have a great weekend ahead.
Yes. Participants, please stay with us. We have more exciting topics and rewards coming up for you. And also, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, once again.
Moving on, we have Mr. Anichara Shiva, a professional photographer who will be taking us through the lenses of wildlife. He's a professional photographer from Bangalore. After his graduation, he went on to work as a photojournalist and editor with an international media giant for 8 years, thereby clubbing his passion into profession. He was also awarded Best Lifestyle Award in the year 2016. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ovia. I hope, I hope you guys can see me. I'm actually sitting in a height of mine. I don't want to keep more like what I was just going through all the interactions which is going on over here. And I see a lot of people are like, okay, what's coming up next? And I see there are so many people who are interested into fashion, who are so many interested into designing and things like that. My job is totally different. I portray, I believe that, you guys did also watch Whistling Wood, where you are getting into the media sessions and stuff like that. So when you want to showcase any kind of content, it's very important. It's just not only about glamorous. It's also about how we could ensure that it also helps to the society. Let me show you something about, I am basically from Karnataka. Let me show you one video, which I was a part of this particular video, which helped to showcase that Karnataka is excellent. So let me share this video with you guys. You guys are able to see it?
Yes, sir.
Right.
So, but you haven't shared your sound.
So I think it's a bit.
Right. So how many of you actually have seen this video? I don't get to see anybody here. Let me just go to the participant. Can I see the participant videos? Right.
Participants, you can raise your hand to indicate if you've seen the video.
Yeah, also they could probably switch on their videos. It's much more interesting because I see Sanjani Ghosh, who is like, yeah, this is something interesting. And I could also see Punita Sharan, who's smiling all the way. I mean, it's brilliant. I like to see people across. Can I have the people's video on, please? Dikshita, it's wonderful. I can get to see you smiling as well. Arnav, Stop scratching. You're doing exactly like how I'm doing. It's interesting. It's very, very important that to choose a career. I believe that somebody was asking that, sir, I am in class 12. My parents are asking that, I have to do engineering or, stabilized. It could be engineering or doctoring and things like that. I did my engineering like my father said. I gave the certificate to him and I said, I want to become a filmmaker. I was doing more onto fashion, celebrities. I won quite a lot of awards. And I said that this is not what I actually want to give it back to the nature or give it back to this climate. I'm sure that you guys are aware of the climate change which is happening. We have already lost close to about 24 islands at this point of time. So it's very important at this age, if you could do something. I know that we are the people who actually screwed it up completely. Sorry for the language, but it is a fact. We were the one who started introducing plastics. It is not you people, right? You're the people who are suffering because of us. If you guys can come back and correct it along with us, it'll be brilliant. That's one thing which I want to portray, saying that nature and conservation, along with what you are doing, start planting a few plants at your home, look at the butterflies which can come down over there, capture those things, put up the content on blogs, stuff like that. That'll help us a lot. I was being given exactly 10 minutes of time. I have too many things to talk about the climate natures and stuff like that. Varuna, I understand that this time isn't sufficient. You guys should be keeping up from morning till evening, because we had Chaitanya who wanted to talk a lot, and then you said, no, sir, it's over, the time is over. I don't want you guys to come back and say that the time is over, but I want you guys to talk to me and ask me if you have got any questions in regards to wildlife photography or filmmaking.
Okay. Yeah, we'll entertain two questions max, sir. We're really sorry. We have very small time constraint.
Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
We'll entertain two questions.
Mm-hmm.
Is that fine?
Sure.
Okay, so thank you.
Harsh has already asked questions. We'd want new participants to come and ask questions.
Yeah, let's give it to Arnav.
Arnav, do you have anything interesting to ask Arnav?
I do have one question in mind, because photography is something that I find quite interesting, but there might be many people like me जिन्हें ना मतलब photography को मतलब explore करने से freely डर लगता है. I don't know, maybe it's because we are starting out newly into this field. Like I was like कैसे करेंगे? So I'm really interested and I want to know if sir could tell us if how we can approach ये डर को हटाएं कैसे?
Very good question, Arnav. In fact, today everybody is a photographer because camera is there in our pocket, isn't it?
Yes.
And the first thing is very important for each and every individual. हम लोग तो selfies तो काफी लेते हैं, है ना? We all like to take selfies. Arnav, you like to definitely sure that you want to put up your selfie saying that, look, this is how I see, right? This is how I am. Why are you hesitating to put whatever you have captured? There is nothing called as bad image. There is nothing called as bad photography. It's always an area of improvement. अगर किसी का कुछ अच्छा है, तो how do I take that out? You approach them, right? They would be able to help you out. Put them a question saying that, this is what I want to perceive. This is how I want to take it forward. How do I go about it? Does that answer your question, Arnav?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Don't hesitate. Never hesitate. जन्या, अगर आपका बाल बन गया है तो आप पूछ लीजिए. Cute smile.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, sir. Actually, I don't generally take a lot of photos, but I am very towards nature. Like, I really like spending time in nature and capturing small moments. But like, I don't know when what is happening. So what do you think is the perfect timing and all that? And I actually do want to know which university or how after 12th you can pursue photography.
Right. So photography, if you want to pursue something as a photography, there are quite a lot of institutes, especially like Whistling Woods, which is there in Mumbai. Then if you're thinking on something on the wildlife section, we have it in Dehradun. We also have it in Ooty, Light and Life. I don't know if you've heard about them. Light and Life is also doing on photography. More than the photography, I would think about the subject. It is very, very important. आपने जैसे बताया कि you like certain things to capture and you think that, okay, इसमें इतना light नहीं है. But only once you study the subject, it makes it much more interesting for you to take the picture. Like say, I'll give you one simple example. डोसा अगर जब बनाते हैं, तो डोसा बनाने का तरीका अगर पता है, पहले तो ऑयल डालना पड़ता है. You will have to put the flame, then put an oil, then take the batter, circulate, and then only comes out the dosa, right? So you know the process. Process is very, very important to learn. Once you learn the process, it makes it much more easier for you to capture anything. Okay? Did I answer your question, Janya? Can't hear you.
No, I was not able to unmute myself.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Sure.
sir. Thank you so much, sir. It's
Sure.
really helpful.
Thank you. Piyush, I can see you. That's a nice smile. Is it very cold? Which part of the world are you in? Can you please unmute yourself? Yes.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yes.
I'm actually from North India, Bihar. So I'm also like really interested in photography. I take quite a few photos from my smartphone only.
Yep.
So I just wanted to ask, like, yes, like following up with Arnav's question, like society gives us very pressure, like you don't have to explore these fields. There is no career path, but I feel like photography or any art in sense sets us free. It gives us freedom to share whatever we see.
True.
So what is your thought on this? I wanted to ask you.
Piyush, एक चीज मैं बताता हूँ. See, it is not the society which is putting pressure on you. You are taking pressure on yourself. कि अगर मैं ये लगाता हूं तो what will people think, right? Stop thinking about what people will think. You put that one. No, आप बताओ कि दुनिया को कि मेरा ये, this is how I want to see it. This is what I have seen. Stop thinking about the people saying that अगर उन्होंने ये देख के बोलेगा कि ये अच्छा नहीं है, this is not right. Who is he to tell or who is she to tell? It's your life. You have captured the picture, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
So you start posting it. That's very, very important. Sakshi is very attentively listening. Go ahead, Sakshi from Pune.
So sorry to cut you off, but then again, we're running out of time.
See, I told you. But it is definitely very, very interesting. I think, Anshul, probably for these guys whom I was able to pick them up, I think you should be able to give some kind of goodies, especially to Piyush, Arnav, then Sanskriti, all the guys. I mean, if you can give the goodies to everybody, I'll be more than happy. But to these people who had come out and spoken about certain questions, I think you should give some goodies to them on my behalf.
Definitely.
Sorry, host, I am in between because Shiva sir is very close to me, very good friend of mine. And we always come with very creative suits and all. You all are most welcome to join Ignite India, to explore and learn. I want you just to raise your hand if you're interested to be part of with Shiva sir 3-hour long workshop and learn a lot. Just raise the hand. I want to see how many of you are interested in this.
Whoa!
Just raise
I love
your
you guys.
hand.
I love you guys.
You all have my number.
I am bowing in front of you guys.
You will have life. You are.
Thank you,
will be the good guy.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
I learned how to live life from him. After doing so much in fashion industry, Kannada, Tamil, all across, you cannot believe he is in wildlife with animals all across. What really
Very
life
true.
is, There's a
Thank
lot
you.
to learn from him, but I will not take host time more. I know there's a limitation. I never come with this session. So let's continue, team. You have many more things like this. There are many more experts. You're going to learn from Himanda also, and there are many others like who was my industry mentor. Because of him, I got Best GP award in NIFT. So very exciting thing is coming up. What I promise you guys in classes. So stay here, and I want to see in video everyone. Even I love a smile a lot, and I want to see the smile on all of your face. Happy to see you all. Over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Sivas.
Yeah. Bye.
Okay. So thank you, sir.
Thank you, Varun. It was pleasure actually talking to you, all of you guys here. I will have to leave now. I will share my number and my email ID, or probably you could get in touch with Krishna. I'm sure that Krishna and our folks would be able to give my number and my email ID as well. We shall connect soon. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Our next session for the day is Career with UPES and Pearl Academy. Over to the CC desk. We have a small video on Pearl Academy.
Let's raise a toast to the creative geniuses who turned the wood into a wheel, gave life to cotton by giving it the shape of a dress, used their artistry to turn raw gold into jewelry, to the ones who believed, created, achieved. Let's raise a toast to those who entertain us, to those who make an impact, to those who make a difference, to those who create a change, to the ones who believed, created, achieved. Let's raise a toast to the filmmakers, storytellers, news anchors, animators, graphic designers, writers, photographers, videographers, marketers, fashion designers, creative thinkers, to the ones who believed, created, achieved. Let's raise a toast to ourselves. As for 28 years, we have nurtured these young minds, and we will continue to do the same so they continue to believe, create, achieve.
Aruna, you're on.
Sorry. So we have Mr. Abhinav Verma, a creative individual, a keen learner, considered an expert in analytics, operations, business development, and sales and marketing, with 20 years of experience. His over 2 decades of experience in hospitality, retail, FMCG, apparel, and education, where he has contributed to brands like Brista, Domino's, VLCC, Avon, Fab India, and CL Educate. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Varna, and good evening, everyone. And my sincere thanks to Shiva for bringing in life to this event. It was going pretty monotonous before his event, and I was excited to be a part of that small video and the chat that he had. Well, I'm going to talk about 2 of the leading brands in the country. One is Pearl Academy, and the other is UPES. Pearl Academy, as you would have just seen, is close to 3 decades of work into fashion, design, media, and now business, and it has immense potential, where we see a lot of students, a lot of alumni from this institution who are leading one of the top positions across the industry. When I talk about careers from Pearl Academy, we're not talking about just placements or the ranking of placements as it has happened across what is the percentage, what is the salary package, what all positions would you get. But one has to actually understand, how does a college prepare you for those 4 years actually prepare you for the next 40 years of your life. What you spend in those 4 years is actually what's going to inculcate, and that's what you actually get into the market, and you spend your next 40 years working, or at least 30 years working in the industry. Every design or every fashion college in the country has the first year as your foundation year, where the students are given an opportunity to understand the course that they have taken. Please try and understand that we at the university also understand that there is a 17, 18-year-old boy or a girl who has been studying probably business or economics or science, biochemistry, maths, and is now choosing design as a career. So we want to give them an equal opportunity to understand all the aspects of design. Okay, while we're talking about either it is fashion design or communication or product or accessories, whatever it is, we would want you to understand all aspects of design, and that's what the year foundation does. And during the year of foundation, every individual has the opportunity to change their stream. At least with Pearl and UPS you do, because it is an actual understanding of the line that you're getting into. And with Pearl and UPS, we have something called the career services team. And a career services team, actual job of the career services team is to ensure that the students who are passing out have a bright career. Okay. One of the few things that we do is right from year 2nd till the year 4th, we have the student attend a lot of workshops. When these workshops are more towards how to build your own resume, how to build your profile, how to create a portfolio that will help you when you're going for an interview. What is it that personal grooming, whether it is you're doing a vocabulary training, or while you're reaching out to various HR, we do a lot of HR summits where we invite HR heads and recruiters from across the country to come and talk to students, is to tell them what is it that they need from these students. See, understanding that everyone understand that if you're doing a course in fashion design, you will end up being a merchandiser, or you will end up being a designer, or you will end up being working with a brand or a designer. But how is it that the designer or the brand will understand whether you are the right candidate for them? And what is the amount of work that you will show while you've been studying for those 4 years, which will actually make them confident of hiring you as their next in command? And that also goes through with product, that also holds true with communication or accessories, or all the other fields. So the students who have worked with us over the 2nd year, the 3rd year, and the 4th year, the career services team, which is dedicated toward these students, will hold sessions on how to build an effective resume, will tell you about how to groom yourself to give an interview, will also tell you about building your own platform. I think one of the important points here is that how effective or how involved the university is to ensure that the student moves out and gets into career. See, what we've done over the years is we've collected stats to understand what kind of students are looking at future careers, and there are generally 3 outcomes when a student passes out from an undergraduate level from any university. One is that they want to do further studies and they want to pursue post-graduation. The other is that they want to start or join their family business, or they want to start a business of their own. And the third is they want to get employable. These are the 3 most logical answers that we've received from students. And trust me, more than 75% of the students are looking at being employed. There are hardly 12 to 15% who are looking at doing further studies, and there are about 8 to 10% who are wanting to start their own businesses. So if you are looking at students who are wanting to do to be employable at the end of your first 4 years, it is very important to understand what is the time and effort that the organization is putting to make sure that you're employable at the end of those 4 years. One of the few initiatives that, considering these two parameters, obviously post-graduation is something that the student moves out and does a post-graduation. But while there are other two factors, which is either being employable or want to start up your own business, Pearl and UPS have something called a runway, which is an incubation cell that we have. Runway is a project where we hear ideas of our students, we encourage them to start their own business, we get them angel investors to invest into their business, we have faculty members or the team Runway to actually mentor them and handhold them for the first year and a half so that their project gets run and be on the road. And that is how we help a student to start and manage their own business. That is one aspect of starting your own business. While the second is of being employable, I think Pearl is the only organization, Pearl UP is the only organization where we provide support for the next 5 years from the time the student has passed out as support for employment. It is not just the first time that the student is employed. There might be a mismatch or a disconnect between what the student wanted and where he's landed up. We have students who are looking for a change even after the second year, third year, who have come back to us and we've helped them get in to a change because there's a promise of 5 years support to all the students who've reached out from Pearl. Okay. And apart from the 5-year support that we have, we have also developed a portal. I don't know how many of you have been to LinkedIn or are active towards LinkedIn, because the way you are active in Instagram today, while in your professional life, you'll have to be absolutely same kind of active in LinkedIn for higher growth. Okay. It is a similar platform that we built for our students where organizations come and post their requirements, our students post their profiles, and both the student and the organization get to see each other and decide and mutually agree on what is the kind of work, what is it that we're looking at. We are proud to say that every student has at least 2 to 3 offers before they pass out of the academy. But at the same time, it is always a mix and match because we are looking at students to get tuned to whichever industry that they're looking to get into. Okay. Having said that, I'm going to quickly run you through a small presentation on, not a presentation, just to give you a brief. I'm sure you guys know what Pearl is, but I'm still going to quickly talk about the key highlights. I hope my screen is visible. If somebody can give me a nod,
Yes,
then
sir.
okay, awesome. So as I said, close to 3 decades, we're 29-year-old institution with 5 campuses in the country, 2 in Delhi, 1 in West and South, 1 in Mumbai, 1 in Jaipur, 1 in Bangalore, with over 50 plus creative courses, more than 4,000 students, 300 plus faculty, over 96% placements. We've been ranked the best design institute for 6 years in a row from ASSOCHAM, which is the body governing businesses, by India Today, by Outlook, The Week. We offer the opportunity of doing an international as well as national degree for all the students who study at Pearl, and the only design college in the country to be ranked among the top 25 fashion colleges in the world by Business of Fashion. And we also have a promise that every student will have an international experience and exposure in the 4 years that they spend at Pearl. So rather than me talking more about Pearl, I would want to hear from you in case you have any questions. Before I move on to UPS, I'm not going to take much time. I know there'll be a lot of queries on things. You are free to go on the website pearlacademy.com and know more about Pearl, but it's time that I'm glad that I have 160 plus of you there. It'll be happy if I can answer a few questions for.
So before we dive into the question and answer session, we'll watch the video presentation for UPS.
All right, go ahead.
Over to the CC desk.
Sorry, if it's going to take time, I'm going to quickly run them through a couple of slides on UPS as well.
Okay, so I think we can move ahead. Indraja, what's this? 1 minute.
Yeah.
Prepare for a degree, but also prepare to become the most sought after. Prepare for assessment, but also prepare for when everyone will seek your time. Prepare for a career, but also prepare for a time when no one will need to ask for your resume. Prepare for the syllabus, but also prepare for a time when the world will learn from you. At UPES, we are as much about learning from the pages as we are about learning from the pages of life. We are as much about learning from the desk as we are about learning from the soil. When you come here, you prepare for success. You prepare for glory. You prepare for life.
All right, thank you. While we are at it, I'm going to quickly share another small presentation, just a slide so that everybody is on the same page as me. I don't know if you have seen UPS. It's in the lap of Himalayas. We have a university which is about 60-70 acres. Beautiful campus. This is the live picture of Gandhi Chowk at our university. With 206 multimedia enabled classrooms, 126 labs, more than 3,500 hostel beds with a capacity of 11,000, a network of 7,000 computers spread across 34,000 square feet. Why is because UPES provides you an opportunity for multidisciplinary learning. It is not just a school of design. It has a school of engineering, computer science, law, design, business, health sciences, modern media, agriculture, and now even liberal studies. So apart from the other things that I've shown you, one of the biggest advantages of UPES is being from it is a state private university, but also it gives you an amazing opportunity to learn from the students from various disciplines. I know each of my design students across UPS have done joint projects either with the engineering students or computer science students or health sciences or even law students in designing their projects, which in turn makes their projects unique. Okay, and since they're both managed by us, everything that I've told you about placements go hand in hand for UPS as well as for Pearl Academy. So I'll be happy to take questions if there are any.
Yes, participants, the floor is open to questions. And please keep it short and crisp because we are running late in time. Okay. Yeah, can please. Yeah, we have Akshita Verma here first. Go ahead and ask the question.
Yeah, hi, good evening, first of all. I'm Akshita Verma, and I'm currently a student in 11th grade.
Okay.
And I have taken the commerce stream, but I mainly want to have a degree in bachelor's on design. But my main goal is in animation. So I wanted to know, if I go out of Bachelor of Design, how many interns can I possibly get in the scope of animations? Now, when I say animations, I talk about Pixar level animation kind of animations. So I wanted to know if you have any contacts as such. And another doubt I had was, what are the entrance course that you prefer from UCED?
Okay, so I'll answer the second question first. We have our own entrance examination. Okay. I think UCED on every year the score varies. I do not know the thing this year, but last year it was 66% to be scored in UCED to be eligible for getting into UPES. There's another way of getting into a UPS. We have two ways of approaching UPS. One is an exam pathway. One is a non-exam pathway. The exam pathway is where you have to give an entrance examination and an interview to get selected into a particular course. The non-exam pathway is if you scored 90% and above in your class 10th and 12th, you're exempted from the entrance examination and you get awarded a seat at UPS. So I believe that answers the second question, whereas the first question is, very interestingly, the Dean of School of Design for UPES is Miss Manisha Mohan, and she herself is an animation designer. Okay, animation designer who did animation probably 18 years back. Okay, and with amazing contacts in the industry. When I know everybody who's looking at doing animation wanna be doing or making the next Marvel movie, but at the same time, we have some of the names who have been in India for recruitment with us, and people who have done internships like Disney, like Pixar, and also other for communication design for various other these things. We have these these companies who have never been to industries, where we have students who have been placed and also are doing internships with these. So I'm sure the prospects of doing that are very high with either of these universities.
Okay, and just one last doubt. By the way, thanks a lot. For the portfolio, what are you expecting the student who wants to achieve bachelor's in design? What do you expect in the child's portfolio?
So one thing is very clear. We are not looking for a perfect portfolio. See, if your portfolio was perfect, why come and study design? Why don't you start your career straight away? So what we are looking for is the inclination to learn. We are looking for a learner in you. We are trying to find out how you were when you started your first doodle or a sketch, and what is the journey that you've accomplished while you were wanting to learn. We want keen learners. We want to see that in your portfolio. We want to see the improvement that you've made from your first sketch till now. And we are happy because we want learners. We have teachers. Okay, we don't want perfect students. We want students who are ready to learn more from us, and that is what we look for in a portfolio. And contrary to what people say, a portfolio is not just sketches on a book. I know students because I sit on interview panels when we are doing interviews for students. I come across students who who sing for us. I know students who've shown their dance performances. I know students who've shown whatever they've made, either a video or an animation or a small mix, or it's just a collage. Okay, so we are looking for creative minds, and your creativity cannot end with just a few sketches. So please be yourself while you come for an interview, and we will try and find the real you, which needs to be shined and made into a gem.
Okay, so with that, I think we'll move on to the next person. We have Vasudha here who wants to ask a question. Yes, Vasudha, you can go ahead.
So good evening, sir. First of all, my name is Vasudha Rani, and my question is very simple. Is there any program like scholarship program for it? You can talk
Yes.
about it.
So actually, our entrance exam is called the Entrance Cum Scholarship Test. Okay, because we have scholarships which are based on the entrance examination. We offer 100%, 50%, and 25% scholarships to our students based on the entrance examination. The entrance examination score plus your interview score decides on the scholarship that the student is offered. Okay, and we have 200 plus scholarships that are being offered at Pearl, and we have close to 1,000 plus scholarships that are offered at UPS, just because we have intake of 6,000 plus students at UPS across all fields. And a student can actually come and get 100% scholarship based on how you crack our examinations. So UPS examinations will be held in April sometime, and Pearl is happening now on the 12th of February.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. I think that's the end of the question answer session. And participants, please stay with us. We have more exciting topics, and do stay active with us as there are goodies to be won. Over to you, Varuna.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay, now let's get to know the career in fashion by Miss Monica Arora of LPU. So we have a short video on LPU. Over to the CC desk.
I've been having dreams, jumping on a trampoline, flipping in the air. I never land, just float there. As I'm looking up, suddenly the sky erupts. Flames alert the trees, spread to fallen leaves. Now they're right upon me. Wait, if I'm on fire, how am I so deep in love? When I dream of dying, I never feel so loved. I've been having dreams, splashing in the summer street, tripping, I fall in. I wanted it to happen. My body turns to ice, crushing weight of paradise. Solid block of gold, lying in the cold. I feel right. Wait, if I'm on fire, how am I so deep in love? When I dream of dying, I never feel so loved. Wait, if I'm on fire, how am I so deep in love? When I dream of dying. I never feel so.
Here, now we have Miss Monica Arora talking to us about career in fashion. Miss Monica Arora is an assistant professional and an admission coordinator for the last 13 years. Specialization in design process, advanced illustration, completed her BDes and PG diploma in GNDU University, and she is a silver medalist. I welcome you, ma'am. Over to you.
I think so. It was a long day for you guys. If I'm not wrong, I think so. From morning to till now, you guys are just listening only. Yeah?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So it was a long day for you guys. And still I'm delivering the same things. Yes, I'm from LPU, that's a lovely professional university. We people are in Punjab itself only. And we people are running almost 200 plus courses over here in all the domains. Either it's a design, management, engineering. So you people under one roof, you can actually learn anything. And there is a lot more opportunities over here. So I'm talking about the yes, if I'll talk about the accreditation part of that, yes, we people are UGC approved campus and under fashion only. We people are running a diploma programs, graduate level programs, lateral entry programs, master's programs, and then EDP programs, and then PhD programs. Definitely faculties, that is the best, important part of the campus. All the premium institutes, esteemed institutes, we people having a faculty from there, NIFTians, NIT, and international faculties. The one is from Italy, the one is from German. And yes, I think so. The major concern why you people will choose LPU. As I told you that yes, we people having a 600-acre campus with 30,000 plus students in one campus. So there is a lot more opportunities. And in a fashion domain, again, there is international tie-ups, best placements are there, international students are there, industry-oriented curriculum is there, and well-qualified infrastructure faculties are there. You have a facility of infrastructure. I think so by the time when we people are selecting any of the fashion institutes, the main concern is the placements and the infrastructure. So facilities you people will you will get over there as Mac labs are there. I think so we people actually talked about the glimpses only, the dyeing lab, studio classrooms, Mac lab, display lab, AV labs. Why LPU in fashion? No lecture room, GC, our automatic machines, all the facilities you people will actually get it over here. Photography labs are there, library is there, Pantone capsule color capture is there, and then activities, fashion show. It's a soul of the B design programs. So definitely we people are actually having partners of FDCI and Delhi Times also. Your exposure, industry exposure is there. Your we people also give you international exposure with full scholarship as well. Our 2 or 3 students actually went to Spain for summer semester off only. So these are the plus things which you people will get at LPU, and credit transfer options are there. So these are the opportunities. By the time I think so you people can see in the images as well that our students actually went to Milan, Paris, and then Spain as well in this COVID era only. So, and yes, by the time when we'll talk about our alumni is actually doing really very wonderful in their career. So she is Banodita. She is working in a sustainable fashion, and then she is actually doing really very well in West Bengal. And the one is Lalrin. She is an MSc student, and he's doing running a own label, and approximately 5 to 6 million she's making out of that business. Then she's also dealing with a design studio, or another student, Suman Handa. So these are our achievements, our LPU students' achievements. So you can see in the glimpses, so you can see in the images that yes, how our students are doing at LPU and in a fashion domain. So this is the collection of our students by the time when they actually, be a part of Delhi fashion team. So you will learn number of things by the time when you actually join LPU. So because obviously, why LPU? So the very major concern of a student is, see, you will get exposure, international exposure, you will get hand-on experience, industry experience, faculties are there, lot of opportunities you people will can earn. And another one thing I think so, by the time when you are actually be a part of a campus where you can actually start your own startup. We people are see, there is a we people having a option of mall as well. We people having a mall hospital in our campus only, where our students are actually running brands, where our students are running a shop over there. So no, you will get an opportunity while learning only. You can make your products, you can create your products, and then you can sell your products in a shop. That is the opportunity you people will get by the time when you are studying over there. And and you be a part of 30,000 students. So it itself a city by the time I'm talking about LPU. So research is there, library assistant is there, lab assistants are there, digital marketing is there. So such, kind of facilities you people will get by the time when you see the campus. And yes, you can actually approach us, surf us on LPU website, lpu.in, and you will come to know that yes, how big our campus is. Is there anything which you people want to actually ask?
Participants, any questions?
Is anything which you actually want to know about LPU or fashion?
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, dear.
Ma'am, actually, I want to know what is the process of the entrance?
Yeah, see, we people having our own entrance exam. It's a LPU NIFT. So it's our entrance cum scholarship exam. And definitely, if you actually give that exam in a good way and perform well in that exam, you can actually avail a 50% of the scholarship. For example, right now, I think so our fee structure is 1,20,000 rupees. But if you perform really very well, then yes, you can get a scholarship of 60,000 rupees. So in that way, your fee would be 60,000 rupees in all the 4 years, in all the semesters.
Okay, ma'am. And another thing is, like, when is the exam actually?
See, there is a different phases. Right now, yes, you can actually apply for the exam online. The link is admission.lpu.in. So you can register over there, and you can pay the fee of, I think so there is a one fee for that also. 500 is for female girl, and for 1,000 rupees is for male child. And you can, and there is a 2 chances, and you can avail both the chances to get qualify in the exam and to actually update your scholarship.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. As we're running out of time, I would like to club the questions of these 2 participants, Vasudha and Daitya. Okay, I'm very sorry, can't pronounce it. So we'll start with Vasudha.
Hi, ma'am.
Yeah, hello.
I had the same question actually about entrance examination, which I got the answer. Thank you.
So
and yes, about scholarship as well, as I've heard that LPU is quite costly for middle class people.
No, it's not like that. I think so. If you actually will talk about any of the other campuses, then if you will actually see the range of our courses, then you will find that yes, it's not that much expensive. Even I think so, if you actually holistically search the fee structure of all other courses and our university, first of all, you become a part of the university, fine, and under university you will actually learn this program. So if you will see the fee variation, you will come to know that yes, it's very, very reasonable for you guys. And after all, we people are giving you a 50% of the scholarship, then definitely. And that scholarship is not only the based of LPU NEST only. You can avail that scholarship on the basis of your 10th percentage and your 12th percentage as well. So if you are scoring 80% marks or 90% marks in your 10th or 12th, then almost you are availing a scholarship on the basis of your 10th or 12th percentage. LPU NEST is another criteria to actually update your scholarship.
Okay,
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. That leads us to Daitya. The last question will be asked by.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Ma'am, myself is Daita. Ma'am, I want to ask that does your university provide student exchange programs?
Yeah, definitely. I think so. In my presentation only, I told you guys that yes, we people are more into international immersion or international tie-ups. We people having a MOU signed with the Dormers, NABA Academy, and Nottingham University, England. And in this COVID only, the 3 students actually went to Spain, even for full scholarship. So they didn't even pay any of the single penny to that campuses. And on semester system they actually went there for free of cost. Actually, they just has to bear their travel tickets and their accommodation only.
Yeah, so that comes to the last question, and thank you, ma'am.
My pleasure. Is there anything else, guys?
Ma'am, they can drop down their questions.
They can drop down their questions in the chat box, and you can answer them. We're running out of time.
Yeah, I know, guys, that you already we people are
really
very, very late, and it's really very hectic for others. But these guys are really very patient guys. So the people are sitting, I think so, around 2, and right now it's 5:15. Hats off to you guys that you guys are listening to every single. Yes, did you say NABA? Yes, I say NABA. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For
love
being
to
with
all
us
my
today.
guys. Yeah, love to all
Yes.
guys. Have a good day.
Yeah, participants, information on LPU has
Yes,
been dropped down in the chat box.
Just hold on, Hiteshi Suruna. Yes, we people having a master course, MSc in fashions and M design in fashion. I think so. We are having only a second campus in Punjab. I think so. After NIFT, M design, the people are running a M design program, and secondly, we people are running a M design fashion. So yes, we people having a master course with us as well.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Have a good time, guys. Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for being with us.
Bye.
Oh, over to Anshul and Tejas.
Now we learn about a journey from art to design by Mr. Hemant Das. He is a specialist of denim and menswear and has worked with eminent brands of Arvind, Madura, Intra, and Reliance Trends. He graduated from NIFT and worked with many handcraft clusters. He has a keen sense of art, which makes an amazing combination of art and design. We welcome you, sir. The floor is over to you.
Sir,
you're on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
Yes. So good evening, everyone. So thank you, Krishna and the team, to give me the opportunity to explain my, the experiences which I have learned till date. So today I'm going to talk about my experiences, what I have learned from my childhood till date. So now, okay, I start with, when I'm 8th standard, then I used to do paintings, and I'm very much into the paintings, craft, and so all those, activities. So as you know, Guwahati is a very small town. So it's very difficult to get exposure because the institute was not there. The right people were not there who can give you the right directions. So at that time it's not very difficult for me to pursue my how So I have small presentations for you guys, where I'm going to talk about the experiences, how I come from painting background to fashion background. So I'm going to share a small presentation with you, which might help you. Okay. 1 second. I want Krishna, can you please help me to run the presentation? I think yes, I got it. Can you guys see the presentation?
Yes, sir, it's visible to us.
It's visible? Okay. So this is the presentation. Sorry, this is a few arts which I have done when I was in 8th and 10th standard. So if you see all 4 paintings here, so all paintings are very different to each other. What I used to do, I used to copy. I used to follow some painters and to copy their arts to understand their brushstrokes, their compositions. So those are the things. So later I understand ki, to follow their paintings and to create an art, it's very if I keep doing the same thing, then it's very difficult for me to explore my individual styles. So if I go to the see here, so then I have learning about. I have joined the art institute. I have learned about paintings, designs, and and their strokes, colors, media, and everything. And then I have created my own style, which helped me a lot in future. So here, these are my recent painting which I have done. So if you can see, these are the paintings where I have worked around different compositions. Every paintings has a concept and theme based on the colors, and I have created my own signature. Guys, you have to understand, whenever you do paintings or designs, you have to have your own signature style. Then only you will get then the people will recognize you, based on their artworks or probably your design skills. So here you can see, here I've used my style is about using primary colors, playing with different composition, abstract form, so this is the kind of styles I follow. So this is one of the painting. This is the second. You can see the acrylic, watercolors, and those are the things. Here, these are the paintings of mine. So now, see, every time whenever I go to the colleges, I meet with people, they always have a confusion. How can I get? Sir, I'm an artist. Okay, I do paintings, but how do I get? How do I get into fashion design? How different are the art and the fashion designs? So here I have mentioned. See, any good artist is designing their work, or any good designer has an art to their work. So basically, all the language of the design and art is the same. Only the way you look at and the way you the portray your things, that is different. And then now the artist, a person who the person who produce work in any of the art, that primarily subject to aesthetic criteria. So basically, when you do a painting, what you do, you work on the compositions, the aesthetic balance and how it looks. Your ideas, portray your ideas to the people in designing, but designing is a little different from the rest. See, designing with the aesthetic value is always be there, but the only difference is you are going to play with form, structures, and pattern, and and you communicate, and the most important part, whatever you design, that has to sell. So this is the difference between an artist and a designer. And then I got to NIFT. So NIFT is then I got a clear direction. Okay, what I actually have to do in future. So when I went to NIFT, then I got to learn. Then I got to learn about the fashion, the design. Textiles. Their pattern making, draping, and the conceptualization, illustrations, and everything. Then I got the clear pictures. Okay, what the designing is all about. And this is the collection which I have made when I was in the final year in 2008. I awarded for the best design collections. So you can see, these are the collections which I have made. So if you see the collections, where I used to, I bought different fabrics, merge it together, and then lots of surface developments and create a pattern. And this is the look itself. It's a very avant-garde look, and and the concept is very important. So when you make a collection, you have to have your own concept. Without the concept, color palette, and silhouettes idea or the style direction, you are not able to do a collections. It's very important whether you do painting or whether you do an the fashion design or in the design collections. So that thing you guys need to understand. So this is an exploration. So as soon as I pass out from the college, now that's the time to explore, because I'm going to work with the fashion industry, and the fashion industry work culture is very different. So now see here. So as soon as I pass out from the college, I used to collect the used denims, and I used to paint on see, I have the explorations, where I use different colors splatters on the old used denim, and then then hand embroidered denim. What I've learned, in NIFT, the different kantha stitch and all those stitching techniques that I've used and create a new form of denim. And here, this is on left hand side corner, you can see it. I took raw denim and went to Goa just to explore the denim. So what happened when I went there? So it's indigo denim always has the character. So when you use salt water or some chemical, it reacts and it fades out. So what I've done, I wore the raw denim, and I went inside the water and came out, and then I set, and then using this the sand to scrap all the areas, and then again went back and cleaned the denim. So wherever I have used sand, you can see the impression of the denim, the natural impressions. You can see there's the real pictures of the garments side. So you can see how the garments has come. So this one. So basically whatever ideas you have, you don't scare. I suggest don't scare to experiment. If you have any ideas, whatever you have in your mind, I think you start exploring. That things will help you to that help you to find your own style or individual styles, or probably your design aesthetics. So here my journey starts in the fashion industry. So I have worked with the garment and textile export houses, the boutiques, retail brands, fashion brands, online fashion brands, and part of launching a new brand. So I'm just give you a small idea what these brands are for. So probably, once you be a fashion designer or pass out from the college, then you might have a question. What should I do? Should I go for, should I start my own brand, or work for the fashion designer, or work for the garment export houses, or the retail brands, or the brands, or online brands? So basically the garments and textile exports, how they work. So if you are, if you need to be a designer, or if you are a textile designer or a fashion designer, so both have an opportunity to work with the export house. So when you go there, they have a huge unit. So there, they have and different fabrics. They always do two different kind of collections. One is buyer specific collection. The buyer specific collection is all about, you have example, give you the example like Tom Taylor, Marco Polo, Paul Smith, and all those designers. They come to your export house and they will tell you, okay, these are my concepts and this is my brand look. So I want some new collections, and you should come up with new ideas and new ideas and products. So at that time, we used to do is to develop some products as per their directions and colors, and we present to them. So this is one of the way to get the business. And the other way is around. We used to have our own collections where we use our own concepts, fabrics, colors, and make the products. So every export house has a different product standards. Like few export house work for knits, few have both knits woven. So it like that. Anyways, the designers, I think what Designers is all about their creativity, it's consumer to consumer. So whatever you do design, whenever you do design, or it in terms of every designer has their own individual styles. So they suppose it's a dress or it's a gown or anything. So you create your own design and sell to the customer. That's how you get the business. Retail brand is in retail store, they have multi brands. Like in one store you have different private label brands. Like in one store probably we get flying machines, you will get the DNMX, you will get Jack and Jones and all those brands in one store. And here the different and the walk-in people are different age group from 18 to probably 35, 40, 50. So people have large options to buy. So if you go to the retail store, you have different brands where you can shop your products. In brands is very different. Like, see, Flying Machine is a brand, US Polo is a brand, then your Diesel is a brand, G-Star is a brand. So they have their own individual unique styles. The people known for, like Diesel, you known for denim. They have a very casual raw look and very washed out look. And again, Massimo Dutti, it's a very clean, very premium look. So that's how you have to understand how the brands are. That's how their aesthetics has, they have their own signature, I would say. So that is the language, and you have to create a collections for them. So online fashion brands also have the same theory. Only difference is they sell their products through online. See, offline you always have the opportunity to go to the store, touch the product, feel the product, see the colors, and buy the product. So you always have that options. But in online fashion brand, you do not have that options. The best option is, online brand the most important thing you have to take care of is how to sell your shoot your product. You have to choose a model as per your brand requirements, your brand face, and you have to wear them, shoot them nicely, so that the people can assume themselves, okay, if I'm going to wear these shirts, how am I going to look? So the shoots, presentation is very important for the online brand. And again, launching a new brand, guys, I think after passing out, jab tum log pass out ho gaye college se, then definitely there are people who wants to be a designer or wants to have their own labels or brand. At that time, it helps you. See, when you're launching a brand, there are few things you need to take care of. The first one is your logo. The logo itself should be very powerful. The logo and the name which you have selected, because that will help you to help people to recognize your brand. So then you have to set your aesthetics. Which customer you are going to targeting to? What is your price point is going to be? And and the look, and so what fabric you are going to use. So everything has to be clear. So when you clear with all the information, then only you should go ahead with your own brand. So see, these are the brand portfolio. So basically, this is the fashion, the brand store. The middle one is the store, where if you go to any individual store, you can see the merchandise there. This is on the right hand side corner. This is your retail store, and the one is the brand images. So these are there are 4 points. As I have explained you, these are the 4 things you need to take care of when you working for the brand, or you have your own brand or boutiques and anything. This is the main key point: commercial design and exploration. See, whatever you make, you have to sell your product. If you cannot sell your product, your brand will not be success. That is most important things. You have to understand the customer. You have to, sometimes you have to think about yourself. You have to look at yourself. You have to look at your friend circle. Probably when you go out, look at the people, observe people, what they're wearing, what kind of fits they're wearing, what the color what the kind of color they're wearing, what the people, a different age group. So the college people, what kind of styles they love to wear. If there is office going people, what kind of look they follow. So this kind of, and in every occasion, suppose you are going to a marriage, और तुम जाते हो किसी पार्टी में, तो वहां पे जब जाते हो तब देखते हो ना कि अलग अलग एज ग्रुप के लोग आते हैं, लेकिन उसको हमेशा ये ऑब्जर्व करना, दैट इज द मोर थिंग, ऑब्जर्वेशन. डिजाइनर में सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है ऑब्जर्वेशन. you have to observe people very nicely every time. Whenever you go out, mall, eat, party, everything you have to observe. You have, if you want to be a fashion designer, because that will help you to create a collection in future, because you never know which brand you are going to work for and what the brand's idea. And so everything, understand the brand value. Understand the brand value, as I say. See, the Peter England. So Peter England is a value brand. Massimo Dutti is a premium brand. DNMX is a retail mid economy brand. Then again, if you go, there are some value brands. So what happened in each brand has a different aesthetics and price points. Anyways, when your price point is high, you can afford to buy a good fabrics, a good resources, and then your product looks premium. But when you work for the value brands, the price point will be less, and price point will be less, but the product value not as good as the Massimo Dutti and those brands are going to offer. So you have to understand, but your target should be, if you are a value brand selling a less price point product, then your target should be to give that price point. It's a very good quality of product. That is the motto, and your this thing has to be mottos has to be there. Ki, okay, I have to provide this product in this price point. Now understand and shaping the consumer behavior. As I mentioned, consumer behavior is very important, because anyways your final product is going to sell to the customer. You are the consumer. I am the consumer. So your must be your mom and dad and uncles and everyone is a consumer behavior. So you have to understand them, and the price point and product offering. As I mentioned, price point is the same price point, and what the kind of products you are going to offer. Here I'm going to play a small presentation, because I just would like to explain how to conceptualize, how to create a collections, when you work for the brand or anything, other designs. So that was a small presentation now, which I have shown about sustainability, denim, and how to take inspiration from different craft and create your own product. So the initial presentation was, so this is one of the concept, and here I have shared with 3 different concept board. So this is one of the brand I used to work with, True Blue. So what happened, before making the collection, we used to travel a lot. We used to go to Rajasthan, Jaipur, Hampi, all the places to take the inspiration. So suppose we have been to Rajasthan, so we take the inspirations from their hand block, the printing, the puppets, and their the paintings, tie and dye techniques, and so these are the and the prints and the kind of motifs, motifs they are using, the kind of color palettes they have. So this is our mood board. So based on the mood board, you have to make your own collections. So remember, suppose the kind of collections we have, your fabric selection should be as per your mood board and your brand directions. So here you can see the prints on the left hand side, down corner. So here there's a print on the shirts. So that prints has taken from the mood board itself. So you can see those are the printed elements. So if we've taken the elements, we have taken the color palette and make the collections. And the most important part, if you see all the shirts, the kind of pattern we are using, the silhouettes we are using, the fabric, linen, so whatever we are using as per the brand aesthetics and the concept. So this part and the cost and the product has to be sellable. It's very commercial. That's how the brand should be. Here, so you can see these are the two denims. You can see, I have taken inspiration from the craft, that are hand detail, hand stitching, the kind of color, laser, and using those elements, I have created these two denims here. So it can be a denim, it can be a shirt, it can be any of the product which you have designed, or it can be a woman's dress or anything. But inspiration should be very clear, and it has to be visible, whatever you develop, and clear, and from the customer point of view. See, if you can see here, now everyone is talk about sustainability. Sustainability is a big trend. So when you talk about sustainability, your product should have that, assets, where the people can understand, our people can see what the kind of sustainability you are talking about. So here I have used the vegetable dye. So the vegetable dye, again, they have not used any harmful chemical. So this is your sustainable products. Like we have here, so see, you can see here. And so when you are in the industry, every time when you make a collections, you have there are certain things you need to take care of. The fabric, color, anyways, that is the important part. And but also have to come up with the new concepts and ideas. Suppose post-COVID scenario, the people certainly talk about sustainability, and then people, so probably at that time you have to come up with a new collections or something, and explore those ideas.
Excuse me, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir. So we would request you to close shortly because we're running out of time.
Okay. So basically, so you have to come up with those collections. So here, these are the ideas, how the shoots, because when you design a product, you have to shoot your product, and you have to display your product the way the brand should be. Here, I have seen few ideas. The first corner picture is the catalog pictures, where you have to show your products and the look, what kind of accessories and everything, accessories you are going to use. The rough and tough, the VM display, how the display is going to look. Here, the shoots, few of the products, we visit outdoors, and now we have taken the pictures and create a catalog so that people can understand the concepts and the product. These are the brands. These are the online brands. This is the kind of look I'm talking about when you talk about the online brands. The kind of, you have to create a product and shoots, and you have to create a shoot, and then you have to present to the customer. Thank you. So this is all about the presentation for today. Yes. Any questions?
Participants can put your questions in the chat box, so would love to answer them. Thank you, sir, for your talent is very inspiring to us. Now we'll move on to Career with Avantika University by Mr. Amit Sharma, Director of Admissions at MIT Institute of Design, Ujjain. We have a small video presentation. Over to the CC team.
MIT ID has emerged to be an iconic destination for learning design, innovation and sustainability in India. The 4 M's of learning design begins with MIT ID at Maharashtra, Meghalaya and Madhya Pradesh. We have established a very strong presence in West India, Eastern and Central part of India, that is Pune, Shillong and Ujjain. In a few years from now, MIT Institute of Design will be celebrating 2 decades of being a pioneering player in design education and research. This futurist journey began with that one thought of our founder, which led to educating and impacting thousands in multiple design disciplines and naturally progressing into innovation and sustainability. We recognize the need to reach out to billions of aspiring designers and innovators and help them gain the skills and knowledge required for their dreams to become a reality.
Okay, good evening. And the default question first, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay, cool, cool. The second thing is, thank you for giving me an opportunity to interact with such a robust students who are there in the field till what is there? It is 5:45. And the second good news is that I don't have a presentation. So I can see smiles, and that is what Avantika University is all about, right? So I'll just go through what MIT ID Ujjain is offering, and then we can take question and answer session, and we will keep it crisp and short, and I promise I'll stick to the time. Okay. So as you can see the backdrop, it is written MIT Institute of Design. So that doesn't need any introduction as such. We are there in the education space for the last 40 years, right? And when we talk about design, specifically in the Ujjain campus, it is all design, design, and design, right? So there's a design centeredness, whether we are teaching engineering, whether teaching management, or of course, whether it is design. When it comes to design, there's a big portfolio of courses. I'll just tell you for your convenience. So I mean, I'm sure Govindji will be sending you the details also. So we have industrial design. I'm talking about BDesh first. So we have industrial design, we have communication design, we have user experience design, we have interaction design, we have transportation design, we have interior space and furniture design, of course. We have retail design, we have animation design, and we have fashion design, right? So this is the portfolio of B-dash. M-dash, there's a similar portfolio, but there's an addition of design management also, correct? And apart from B-dash and M-dash, we also have 5-year integrated Master of Design. Fine. And what is the advantage for that? That you will be saving 1 year while getting your M-dash. Otherwise, it is 4+2. It will be 5 straight away. And you will be early in the corporate world or possibly on your own venture. So, okay, so let's talk about the campus. So campus is, we have a 60-acre lush green campus. And important here is that we have a strategic plan with us wherein we are committed to have this campus or develop on a sustainable basis, right? So the plastics are banned, right? I mean, this is just the beginning. We have a 3-year plan, 5-year plan, and a 7-year plan in place wherein we will be taking the targets of zero emission as such. We have cycles over there just to commute because it's a large campus. 65% of the land is green. And you guys will be very happy to know that we have 44 species of birds at our campus. Now you will be wondering why I'm talking about birds and trees, but possibly that is something which we take pride in. I'll come to academics also, don't worry. So, and with a target of 110 species of birds in in couple of years of time, correct? So let's talk about beyond academics first. Academics hota rahega. Right. So beyond academics, we have various clubs. I mean, that's something which is very common. So I'm not going to elaborate on it. We have robotics clubs, gaming clubs, cycling clubs, and all those things. Then we have a very good property which is known as Samagati, Avantika Samagati. And in this particular program, we invite people of very, very high stature, not in terms of monetary parameters, but high stature like Dr. Rajendra Singh, who is known as Waterman of India. Right, or Bhuri Bai, who is recently been awarded as Padma Shri, correct? Now these people come here and we have got beautiful MB theater and then we discuss it. Now Samagati is basically Sangoshti. It is basically the discussion, right? A evolved discussion. So this is what is one of the unique preposition which we have. Of course, this is just to remind you, it is MIT ID campus at Ujjain. So we have 2 campuses. One is at Pune, another one is at Ujjain, and the third one is coming up in Shillong, as you have seen in the video, right? Okay, so we have Sparda, which is the sports fest. Then we have Hughes. So there's a lot of properties which we have for the students.
And then we have Industry Connect every week. Every week you will be getting to know some CXO level or a CEO level guy who will be interacting to you. So these are COVID times, so it is of course on an online mode. But during offline season, they used to come here, they used to interact with you, and they share you insights on the industry. So whether it is Geo, whether it is OLX, whether it is some good design company, right? And then we have Toastmaster International Clubs. You must have heard about Toastmasters. It is basically for the personality development. We have reaped benefit when we have got various association. We have got various association collaboration with the foreign universities too. Of course, due to the COVID, students have not been exchanged and commuted here and there. But nevertheless, many of the collaboration are in place, and we are adding it more and more. So I'll give you the academic framework here. So we have a foundation course. First year is a foundation course. So you explore yourself, right? You come here, you explore yourself. So I'm in a panel and I am giving interviews, taking interviews too. And then I came to know that most of the students are a little bit confused. So what is the difference between graphic design and communication design? So whether I'll go for product or I'll go for communication, right? So first year is all you. First, you understand. First year is basically design history, society, then psychology, experience, creative visualization, right? So then you decide which stream you have to take. Then the discipline core will comes in the second year. Then multidisciplinary electives are there. And then integrated experience, and after that capstone project. You must be knowing capstone project. Capstone means the culminating project, right? So it's a 6-month project which with the industry. Of course, we have excellent industry connect, because MIT ID, the strength of MIT ID Pune and MIT ID Ujjain combines, and we play on each other's strengths, right? So that synergy has been established. And based on that synergy, we have companies like Google, we have BCG. You must have heard about BCG, it is Boston Consultancy Group, right? We have Deloitte, then we have AGO, we have OLX, we have Cognizant, so forth and likewise. Okay, so this is about the placement. One thing which we take pride in and which absolutely makes us unique, even from MIT ID Pune, is that our focus on the students. Now everybody will say, "Sab wo bolenge sir, ye to sabhi kehte hain," right? But no, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Have you guys heard about Canvas LMS? Anyone? I'll request MC to check, because I am not that tech savvy.
Okay.
So I don't think so.
Anyone is aware, please raise your hand.
What is Canvas LMS? Okay, what is LMS? Anshul, ask them. What is LMS?
Does anyone know what's LMS?
Okay, I'll tell you. Okay, I'll tell you. LMS is Learning Management System, right? And Canvas is a brand. Is the world most prominent and a robust brand when it comes to learning management system. Now, what is learning management system? Learning management system is a online integrated software which we have adopted, and we are hardly 4 or 5 universities in India have this, right? I don't recall if anyone from design has it, but nevertheless, we have Canvas LMS, and we have got QS certification. You please Google out QS also, because QS will help you in guiding and knowing the ranks of various university in various platforms, right? So we have got this QS certification on digital learning also. Anyway, so anybody interested in placement figures also? Though I personally would not like, but nevertheless, I think that is something people normally tell about the university, though I seriously understand and believe that it is the 4 years which you spend here and the learnings which you take, which constitute the return on investment. But nevertheless, just for the data sake, let me tell you, 27 lakhs is the package which design students have got in Google right now. The average is somewhere close to 8.42. And we have companies, I've already mentioned, we have companies like Sage Publication, IBM, BCG, AGO, Frog Design, right? APS, Salt. And when it comes to students' achievement, I am very proud to say that Avantika University, MIT ID Ujjain Avantika University, is the only university in private space whose student has gotten WDO, World Design Organization. His name is Sahil Jain, and he shares this space with one of the student of IDC, which is IIT. Of course, that's a government one, right? So we have got Lexus Award, first award in Lexus. It's a beautiful, beautiful campus. I can see even foxes in the evening, but nevertheless, you don't get scared. It's enough security. It's a self-quarantined campus. And now I will be opening up for the question and answer session. Kuchi.
Thank you, sir. Students who have questions can please raise their hands. So we have a question for you in the chat box. I will be reading that out. I want to do fashion designing. So is there any scope for it?
Of course, see,
Navya.
fashion designing is, let me give you a perspective, right? I think this is a very, very genuine question. See, what happens is every discipline is evolving, right? Every discipline is evolving. So, and it is disintegrating also, correct? So when I was a child, my father used to take me to the doctor. But when you were the child, your father takes you to the pediatrician. Fine. So from doctor, you are moved on to pediatricians, right? Gynecologist, orthopedics. Getting my point? Similarly, fashion is not fashion, which normally people perceive nowadays. It is being converted into sustainable fashion. Because fashion is the second most polluted industry in the world after auto. And the changes which you are seeing in auto industry, like electrical vehicles and all that, moving towards the sustainability, fashion is going to be a very, very big industry when the element of sustainability will come into. So of course, there's a hell lot of scope. People are getting aware. I mean, I'm sure you guys are extremely evolved, and you also care for our environment, and you would also like to come out with some designs, some fabrics, which is sustainable and which can save our earth.
Thank you, sir, for that question. Our next question, what types of placements are there that are offered by Avantika University? And the question is what placements
Yeah, there are a
does
couple of
Avantika...
questions. Yeah, there are a couple of questions. I'll integrate it to save the time. First of all, the eligibility criteria for B- is 12th in any discipline. And for M- it is graduation in any discipline. This is one, right? The second thing is the placements for transportation or whatever you say, automotive design, or we have fashion design. As I have mentioned, that we have a pool drive. We have a pool drive. All these programs which is there in MIT ID Ujjain are the same which is there in MIT ID Pune, right? There's all a group of faculties which exchange their ideas regularly, and the pool of placement, the companies are similar. Those are the same. So whatever placement is there in transportation, and see, in design, you don't have a specific things, right? So for example, I'll give you an example. The head of transportation design with us is Raghav Pandya, and he is the one who has actually designed Hero Honda Splendor. He is with us, right? Hero Honda Splendor is a bike. It is a bike which has been there since 30 years now. It's still running, right? And he is the one who is actually industrial design. Then he went to transportation. Then he was involved in Hero Honda. So we have a group of companies, and then based on their likings, based on your performance, you have been placed. So it would be very difficult to say, I mean, segregate the companies. The companies comes, and then you are free to apply anywhere. The second thing is career option in graphic designing. Okay, graphic designing is a subset of communication design, right? So how much time do I have, MC?
Sir, I think we're already done with the time.
So I'll just give you 2 minutes because so that they will understand everything, right?
Okay.
So, dar ke aage jeet hai. You must have all heard about this. I'll quickly finish. Like, dar ke aage jeet kya hai? This is a slogan, right? So someone wants to have a communication in place wherein they can grab the market of soft drinks, right? Everyone was having a cola drink either dark brown in color or white in color, right? Or orange in color, correct? So the market is flooded with Coca-Cola, then what you call it, Thumbs Up, then Fanta, Limca, Sprite, got it? So dar ke aage jeete, they came out with a communication, correct? When they came out with communication, similarly, they got somebody who is very robust, who is Hrithik Roshan or this Jackie Shroff ka ladka, I don't know. So he Krishna. So he is the one. They took him, right, so that the punchline matches with the personality, and then they designed the bottle. The bottle is very robust. You can grab this like this, which means sturdy, robust. So they have not followed the normal shape of a bottle, correct? Now this is a work of communication designer. And what is the work of graphic designer? The graphic designer has just put the logo on that bottle. Getting my point? So when it is communication, so graphic design, don't confine yourself just to graphic design. Graphic design is just a subset. Communication design is a very, very large space, right? You can become an art director over there, right? In the film space. Then you can join a advertising agency as a creative director, as a creative this thing, right? So communication is all about telling your story to someone who is of any interest and who can spend money on the product or a service which you have evolved, right? Yes. Yes, you can apply of 24 years of age also. Punita Sharan. Even I am trying. I am 50. I am also trying. Yes. Anything else? Anshul, I would like to speak to them, but the time is not allowing. But nevertheless, we have to
Yes,
respect
so
the
you could
time.
maybe, if possible, reply to them on chat, on Zoom chat. They've asked a few questions. I'm very sorry to cut you short as we're
No. Even I want them to go home and rest on time. Okay, fine. So yes, I'll answer it. So once again, thank you, Ignite, for giving me an opportunity. Do come to Avantika University, have a visit. If you want to have a look on the university, you can go to the our website and check the details. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We were happy to have you with us. Let's now get to know about designing and beyond by JD Institute of Fashion Technology. Now we have a short video. Over to the CC desk. Ms. Rohini Priyadarshini has been an interior designer for the past 22 years. Her career started when Chief Justice and Governor of Jharkhand found her technical drawings in a showroom extremely interesting and asked her to work for the renovation. It was larger than life to work with them at the age of 21. She is empowering design enthusiasts for the past 10 years with design education. She has been with JD Institute of Fashion Technology, Bangalore, for past 7 years. Founder of Helping Hand with Rohini, which supported betterment of mental health and practice art therapy. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And it's really nice to see Varuna and Anshul from JD as MCs. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, you are.
Yes. So good evening to all of you, and truly hats off to really, get through the day since 2 o'clock onwards. I hope that we are able to, understand few more little things. I'm not talking really about design and the kind of courses that we offer. It really comes with the package. But as I was introduced, that I practice mental health and I've got close to psychology. So I have understood one thing, that design and psychology goes hand in hand. And it is one of the industries which sustained last 2 years on a very strong foothold. It really didn't get affected. And one of the fields which has helped mankind to move ahead in a very, with a hope. I think hope and faith is something that all of us are looking towards right now for a better future. So, design is an education which seems to be very interesting. But of course, we know that in Indian scenario, parents are not very interested or enthusiastic about sending their children for the studies. I come from 22 years back, the scene was similar. Somehow it was my conviction and my parents supported. And thus I would say that students who believe in design studies, they are in a lucky era, because it is much more approachable, much more available. And thanks to the organizers that they've arranged for such a platform where children can get, or students or any enthusiastic mind can get an idea about what all is on the plate for youth. And the best thing is that we don't have age barrier. At least at JD, we don't have that. You can come and join us at any point of your time, and your education can become better. So design is much more beyond what we really look at. We have fashion and graphics and jewelry. And I was just listening to various speakers, wonderful insights. One thing which I have always experienced is that when similar minds speak, it's very easy to understand each other. And if in tomorrow's world you take this education, the best thing is that any forum you go, any place you talk, any symposium you visit, you'll realize how easily it is for you to make others understand if they belong from the same similar industry. So I have a small presentation, not really talking about the institute as such or the courses, but what really for me, how design has, evolved. Just a sec, I'm not really tech savvy, so I'm just trying to find how do I play my slide.
The option slideshow.
Yeah, actually, yeah, something else was showing there. Yes. Yeah, it's visible.
Yes, ma'am, clearly.
So this is something I just came up that why not we talk about design and beyond. I am a person who always goes with quotes. They work as an inspiration. And since you people are young students in your, just the start of threshold of your career making time, do remain inspired, do have mentors. And this is something I really like. Design is intelligence made visible. I'm sure if my previous speakers are there, still they would relate with it a lot, that we all have some kind of potential inside us. Subjects like design and creativity and expression, it helps us to make it visible. And until and unless something is visible, how are you going to really connect with others? So I have a request to all these students who are participating that come up with, fun words which you can associate with each letter. Like these are my words. You can put it in chat box and, just think at the end, you'll have a plethora of words that you associate with design. So I'm reading out mine: discover, empowering, sensible, intuitive, gambit, nurture, or for somebody, it could be nirvana. When you pursue something with passion, I think you reach that stage of nirvana, right? So do try your hands. I think it's a wonderful way to explore your own name as well. With every letter, what word comes to you and what is designed for you. All right. So since, we do have this kind of a confusion whenever we are going to start something new, and education is something which is an ever learning process. At 16, at 18, at 30, at 40, at any age, you can pursue a subject. That is one thing that you can keep it in your mind. Who can pursue design? Anybody and everybody. The industry is very, very inclusive. No specific educational background is required. These two last points that I'm going to read out, I hope it makes sense. A belief of transacting mediocre thoughts to exceptional thoughts. Till the time something is inside your head, it's not really visible to anybody. The moment it comes out, it becomes exceptional. One of the speakers rightly spoke, which I truly believe, there's no right or wrong. There's always a scope of improvement. So you can get into game design. I'm sure most of you must be into animes and, getting into character designs, and this game called Shenzhen, if I'm not wrong. So I'm a very social media savvy person, and I like to keep myself updated. And it's so much fun for you. We have played games like Atari, and we used to play with those, I don't know what is that called, that console kind of a thing. And it's so nice to interact with something on the screen which helps your mind to remain intrigued. So design does that to you, and urge to bring change in the way we experience our environment. So if ever you feel that you have such flair from inside, you like to observe things, you like to pursue and, change the experience, I'm sure this field will help you to move up with your passion. So this has got nothing to do with the history, but I really found it interesting. Design education is not a story of past 20, 30 years. And when you join any university or college, of course, architecture history and design history would be taught to you. But what about the scene in India? We know that design has been a part of mankind since ever, but are we the first ones to study design and design education? So let's just quickly look through that. If you've heard about JJ School of Arts, which is in Bombay, it came up during, in 1857. MSU School of Arts, Baroda, 1887, College of Arts, Kolkata, 1884, 1913, Kalabhavan Shantiniketan. So why I'm telling you students or young people to understand is that not only we, but our, great grandfathers and so on and so forth, the mindset to create and express was always there. And it's so nice to pick up and study this kind of subject to explore. If you know, Royal Court of Baroda really promoted design and art, and Raja Ravi Verma or Royal Court of Mysore. So we did have patronage, but I think down the line, the complete education system, the parents, we got wrapped up in the security of professions and so on and so forth. And design education is taking a little bit of time to come up at the level at which it should be. Okay. It provides experience and comfort across the population. So you are not really tackling with only a specific segment. It depends on what kind of stream you have taken. Once you get into it, I would say that design also has a touch of philosophy to it. And over a period of time, with the kind of interactions that you have, experiments and experiences that you have, you can experience all the social stratas and an urge to help. If you remember, I did speak about how you want to change somebody's experience. And I think that is not population centric. It is generic. It is totally up in, to your passion. Design is very empowering. the idea behind my presentation is first help you to understand why you want to get into this industry, or how will it help you in later life. Whenever we take up any profession or not profession, whenever we study for a future, we do have a picture of ours 10 years later, 20 years later. You want to drive a Porsche, you want to have you want to live a life in some village and help people, get involved in philanthropy. What kind of lifestyle you have, somewhere that comes to us at the end of the day when we are sleeping. We have a dream. So if you are thinking of getting into this industry, which has multiple verticals, consider it that it will empower you. It will make you a wonderful citizen. It will open all the windows of your viewpoint, and you will not be limited in a very theoretical application of things. Your creative abilities are nurtured. They have the capacity to support people from other industries. So if as I speak, if something goes in your mind, what it would be, like you can support artisans, you can support your friends, you can support people whom you know who do good work. You can always help them by integrating or collaborating with them. So design kind of becomes a wonderful way to collaborate. It is interconnected. It's always a win-win situation. So this is a term which has become very popular, and many colleges across India, across world, they are focusing on design thinking. I'm not really going to talk about design thinking, but I believe that this is something which is a part of our personal life as well. And as creative people or in any profession, you'll realize that, So in a very, very basic manner, okay, one thing I'm sure you all must be knowing, that CBSE has thought of integrating design thinking from class 6th onwards. Then I heard class 9th onwards, but I hope that schools are able to capture the privilege of teaching design thinking to the students. Why people at your age should know design thinking? It looks very professional. It looks something from the conference room of a corporate. No, and it has got nothing to do with design. It has got everything to do with planning. So, in the evening, if you have called 5 or 6 of your friends and you give a short notice to your parents, Mama, my friends are coming, that's it. And your mother doesn't know really what to do. Will she simply sit? Or will she wait? Or will she probably order Swiggy? Or will she quickly make something for the students? For your friends, and give you a hearty treat in your room and stuff like that. So what is that? It's a little bit of planning. Also, she's considering that my child's friends are coming home and they shouldn't be disappointed. It's a little bit of planning. So when you structure it more, and I think this kind of planning is so very required in our daily life. This is what design thinking is all about. So tomorrow, if you hear it, don't get overwhelmed. It's a very basic part of our life, which talks about empathy, which talks about defining, ideating. You use your brains to ideate. And I can say this much, that if you're sitting and listening to these kind of presentations, you are gifted with a wonderful brain. You must use it. Prototype and testing is, when you make a model to test something and take a feedback. So I'm going to focus only on 2 words, empathy and feedback. Is empathy, what do you mean by empathy? I hope something is cooking in your brain. Is it sympathy? Is it empathy? So empathy is something when we support somebody, and compassion is when we understand the person in actual manners. We get into their shoes to understand what they're going through. Why am I talking about this? Because we are still not out of COVID, which is a sort of a big test for mankind. Every day, it's unpredictable for anybody of us. And at this point of stage, we definitely require to repeat words like empathy and compassion for each other, so the better understanding of mankind. And as I said earlier, design is one of the industry which sustained the calamity or is able to sustain in a way because it's coming up with better solutions for day-to-day life. It brings design thinking, if you say, it's very collaborative, it's customer-centric, it's open to feedback. And as students, if you are studying design in anywhere, at any college, any university, after 4 years or 5 years of time, you should be in a position to be open to feedback. That rigidity has to go away. And I think the professors and the institutes, they work upon that, so that the more rigid you are, it will be very difficult to grow. The more flexible you are, you'll always be growing. Yeah, so I just talked about this, design survives COVID, and I'll give you few simple examples. It also, if you see, artistic expression turns into therapy. And here I would love to quote or love to give the example of Instagram Reels and how it has, I'm sure all of you have been using Instagram Reels and stories. We were first only stuck to story, and suddenly the complete paradigm has been shifted to Reels, and every day Instagram comes up with a new fix which they tell us about, and we are able to use it. And that is why I have written here, it connects people from across the globe. Okay, so let's see one example. If you were a fashion designer or a creative mind, as soon as COVID hit, we are bound to work from home. Many international companies have stalled their work till July or August. What is the first thing you did? Comfort. You looked for comfort. And if you are working for a company or if you're a designer, what did you do? You modulated your work. You modified your work. You got customer centric, not only to earn money, but also to give comfort to other people. Pajamas and sweatshirts and slip-ons and the complete, I'm just talking about clothings here. For women, we had kaftans, and you have seen your parents and mamas, they're running around, working, attending conferences. You need comfortable clothes, and they cannot be, in Hindi, if I say jhalla looking clothes, after a while, you want to look, and not look, you want to feel good and smart. So I think people who were in that industry, they helped us with that. Even for that matter, nice, comfortable shorts. Most of the 10th, 12th kids only in shorts and a nice top, probably for 3-4 days. It's not a problem, but the companies gave you that offer. So wouldn't you like one day to wear Snoopy, and one day you would like to wear Garfield, and one day you would like to have balloons on your t-shirt, so on and so forth. Fashion design helped you with that. Home. Now, this is something I'm sure all of us have seen and realized that our homes at the end are occupying 80% of our lifestyle right now. Earlier, it was 50-50. You were out, you were in, constricted to your rooms. You were really not bothered what's happening. Then you realize that somebody is attending Zoom, you have classes, and then you'll be like, hello, please don't talk loud. I'm getting disturbed, and so on and so forth. You need a better background. And then your pet comes, and then the jhadu wali is going, and this and that. So it was like a very fun thing. And after a while, I think all of us became very comfortable with it. It's okay if somebody's mom is giving the breakfast and okay, please have this fatafat, and your teacher is also listening. So you realize that, privacy is something that we require at home. Then you have couples where both of them are working, and then you're working throughout the day. So I've just put this picture just to understand that you are using your brain to not design, this is not exactly design, but to arrange, but to come up with a logical solution so that you can work, you have a a treadmill or a bicycle to work with, you want to do something, you have those yoga mats, anything of that sort, and aesthetics. I'm sure all of you have nice small little plant.
Sorry
Okay.
to interrupt. We're actually
Yes.
running out of time a little bit
Sure.
late. So if
Sure.
you can, yeah, thank you.
Yes. All right. So this was Instagram Reels, and I wanted to just tell you all that this is such a wonderful example to understand design when we talk about UX and UI, where you are talking with the perspective of the customer. It helps you with a constructive thinking. Design helps you with that. Interior design. So what are the verticals? I'm sure all the previous speakers have already spoken about it. Interiors, fashion, visual merchandising, design journalism. These are few verticals. Makeup, jewelry design, UX and UI. I think this interests a lot of students nowadays. Product design, game design. And what are the games? You can launch your own brands. You can get into conservation and preservation. You can get into social media content creation, so on and so forth. The last one, you help others to see and appreciate beauty. I think this is, again, a win-win situation for you. How does the design future looks like? Empathy, more compassionate, understand each other, flexible, not rigid, adaptive, customer-centric, and consider restraints as key points. I think in these 2 years, you must have realized that most of the companies, from Google to Microsoft to H&M to Zara to anybody, outside retail grocers, small kirana shop grocers, they must have understood things that they have taken for granted. They are not supposed to be taken for granted. And they have made their design teams sit and think for a better option for future. So this is how your future looks. So since I'm representing JD, it has 30 years of legacy in design education. It has got awards and affiliations. And once you come to JD, I think we are in top 15 design education institutes in India. And, regarding any admission questions or anything like that, please come and talk to us at JD. Institute of Fashion Technology. We do have verticals in MBA, MSc, BSc, and diploma courses. And as I said, there are no age barriers for any of these. Give a chance to your creativity. So yes, I'm done. And any questions regarding design and beyond, please go ahead.
As we're running short of time, they'll be putting up their questions in the chat box, which you could answer later. Thank you so much for joining us and highlighting the importance of design in psychology and the career options in design.
Yeah, thank you.
Moving on, we have Mr. Rohan Rawat of Georgian College. Over to the CC desk for a small video presentation.
Let's go! As a Georgian student, you'll want to be here. Georgian is a transformative experience that'll connect you to the skills you need, the mindset to succeed, and the confidence to thrive. At Canada's first and only Changemaker College, you'll be part of an inclusive community with a passion for social innovation, change-making, and bringing ideas to life. Students who excel at Georgian will appreciate small class sizes, connecting with faculty committed to your success, and will love living in a 4-season playground. Explore an entrepreneurial mindset, connect with state-of-the-art technology, experience real-world learning from industry leaders, and make lifelong connections as part of a team. As a Georgian graduate, you will be fully connected to your potential, your peers, your industry, and the world. If this sounds like you, then you are ready. Experience Georgian and accelerate your success.
Now I would like to invite Mr. Rohan Rawat. He is an ISB alumni and is the International Market Strategist for South Asia at Georgian College, Canada. He is an animal activist and trade commissioner for fashion with Indian Economic Trade Organization, IETO. We welcome you, sir. The platform is all yours.
Thank you very much, the Ignite India team, for the opportunity, and a very warm welcome to all the participants. I'm sure all the students had a very tiring day today, because I could see that everyone is talking mostly on design, because most of the students are looking at design. But that's why I thought that why to be a professional today. I just wore what my student wear in my college, a hoodie, so that I can tell you that as a student what is being good to study abroad, or why one should go and have a global education. So I will try to make this topic very generic so that there are some takeaways for every student, or there could be some takeaway that why one study abroad. I'm sure because we are already short on time, so I will not run a pool. Otherwise, I wanted to run a pool that how many of you have a friend who is studying abroad, or have a relative in outside India, and how they are doing, right? So, and you can ask me question about any field. I'm not making this global education on a specific field or a specific topic, but I will try to make it more general so that you really understand that what is the perspective of a global education. I'm sure any of your family member or a friend is already studying abroad, or some of you might be thinking of studying abroad. But what is the advantage of studying abroad, or why one study abroad, right? It just not only help you becoming a global citizen, but there are many other reasons that the student study abroad. So I think because I want to talk as like a student, because I was a student who comes to my college, especially the student who have just finished their 12th, right? So I'm sure in India, when you are a 12th class student, you are so much dependent on your family. You don't even think about working part-time. You just think that, okay, you have to choose a right college and you have to study hard for next 3 years and then look for a job. But when you come to a global country, right? Be it because I'm represent Georgian College, Canada, so I'm more focused on the Canadian culture. So a student coming not only improve their language skill about their personality, but they understand the different teaching style that happens in every country, be it Canada, UK, US, because every country has their own way or a unique style of teaching the students. Also, it not only helps the student to understand the practical way of teaching, because being a 12th class student, you are more dependent in India to your parents. But once you go abroad, you will see the culture that everyone is working part-time. They are not only working because of money, but they work part-time, whether they are even working in McDonald's or Burger King, or maybe the related field, or a warehouse or a mall. It is to learn the people skill, to gain the confidence to work, right? So when you compare a global student who has studied abroad, who is just maybe 21 years, so a 21-year-old student will be very, very confident and a self-dependent and working part-time, right? Because mostly in India, we don't have a culture that we work part-time while we are doing our academics. But if you are planning to go abroad, your first question will be that how much I can work part-time to support my education, or maybe to learn more skills. Also, if you look at the global perspective, you not only get the country experience, because it's not only that you have to learn about the flags or the language or the other thing, but the most beautiful thing is to learn the culture. And being a professional, or you want to be an entrepreneur, you want to be a designer, you want to be a management person, or you want to be an engineer, when you go to any other country, you really find their unique way of teaching, because most of the education abroad are more practical oriented than theoretical. They have more case study. They will make sure that you are more good at your practicality or presentation, because what they focus on is the people skill, which will make you a better person when you do interviews. So looking at the broader prospect of global education, so maybe I can talk about design, because I've seen that all the other colleagues of mine who were representing the other institute from India, everyone had an aspect that we have an exchange program, or we have a tie-up abroad, because this is something that a student really want to see, that what is happening abroad, right? Or maybe if we are in Bangalore, a Bangalore Fashion Week, and comparing the same Fashion Week with Paris Fashion Week, so there is a huge global difference. So in a global perspective, you not only gain the experience and the expertise by the other country, but you learn and try to find a new way of doing the same thing in a different manner. It helps you becoming a better individual, with more of confidence and with something which will make you very different when you are doing, whether doing your projects, whether doing your management or a design field. You not only more confidence, but helps building up your overall personality in terms of giving presentation, in terms of understanding the different culture. Because, like, for example, in Georgian College, we recruit students from 85 different countries. So every country has their unique culture, the unique way. From every student you learn. If you look at even in India, it's such a diverse country that if you are in a group of a south, north, east, so you can learn a lot of things within India itself. But when you go abroad, you also learn in a global perspective. So I'm just making it very short because I thought it will be, I can make it more interactive. So if anyone have any question, I can on any topic about a global education or anything that they want to study abroad, or they have any doubt. So I can start with that so that I can be more interactive within these 15 minutes.
So because we have very less time, we'll just entertain one question. I'm very sorry for the inconvenience. We have Kashish.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask that, as in the video, it was expressing that you focus on change makers curriculum specifically. Is it a liberal art, like liberal college which has like liberal education as in, or is it like a central specific subject college?
No, so we are a very practical oriented college. So when I talk about a college and a university, sometimes students really confuse it that, you know, maybe a university is more on the liberal or the other things. But why we name as a change maker college is one of the most practical oriented college of Canada. So we have around 10 campuses. Our main campus is around 100 acre. And we have programs starting from business, engineering, health sciences, design, interiors, you know, you name the subject and we have the topic. But the difference and the speciality about the college is we are the #1 co-op college. That means all the programs which are delivered have an internship module in them. So when you talk about co-op, that is a paid internship model. So we make sure that a student is getting a paid internship. So average wage rate in Canada right now is $15 per hour. So if you have a project of 570 hours, so you earn somewhere around $8,000 to $9,000 only at your internship. So which makes it a change maker college, because we try to get the change within the student personality. Because I'm sure as a student, no matter which college or which subject do you choose, in the end, you want to have a job in hand or you want to be a professional. So the change that we think is on the student personality, which makes you more confident, which makes you believe that whatever you are doing, you have the practical capacity of, you know, using your experience, your coordination, your communication. So that is the change that we are talking about, the Change Maker College in Canada.
Hope that answered your question. Thank you, sir, for joining us today. It was great to see you explain about global education. Due to unavoidable circumstances, Aditya Academy will not be joining us. Over to Varuna and Ubia.
We now move on to D School. We have a small video on future and possibilities in Ajinkya D.Y. Patil University. Over to the CC desk.
It was my passion to work for academics, which made me join the best international school in India, which is DYPTC School of Design.
We have gone through a lot of evolution in last 8 years.
We don't call it effort here. It's love you put into it. It's a devotion you put into it. This is what dreams are made of.
How to create their portfolios and how to be professional and how to be polished. So all these things we take care.
Our academic has always been a harmonious blend between the modern as well as old school techniques of designing.
We have wonderful faculty here to guide us.
First of all, we have a great sirs to teach us how to sketch, because I didn't know about sketching a lot. From the 2D to the 3D pattern, we have everything arranged here, from sketches to the scrap and then to the models. The main enjoyable part of the innovation goes through the model making part,
all these hand skills are the most important thing which the industry is in need of. So we actually give the industry-based experience to the students in the very early stage.
We understand the process, how it is done in the industry. This college is a mini industry, you can say. You actually see the reality.
And this is something which rather helps our students stand out in competition with the other school graduate in this country.
We also cater as a consultancy called DYPTC Consultancy, where students work for live projects with companies.
I got an opportunity to work with the Top Gear team. We developed a car for Peugeot.
We bring faculties from big companies and other design schools. So they have one-day master classes. We are also planning for long-term master classes. Just to talk about our collaboration with Dilip Chabriya ji, the speciality of the DC, the name itself is a lot, and the experience they also get from the studio is also a lot. So it is a good thing that our students are getting the collaboration with a big education group, which is Ajinkya D.Y. Patil Group.
This is the coolest university.
This is the coolest university.
This is the coolest university.
We have with us Mr. Rahul Manohar Nair, who is the faculty member of Ajinkya D.Y. Patil University. Being an automotive design aspirant, he started his education with BE Mechanical Engineering, followed by specialization in automobile service and maintenance technology. His area of expertise is both design and 3D. He has more than 8 years of industrial and academic experience. He recently worked as an interior designer for a production car for a French automotive giant, which was released in Indian market in 2021. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I really appreciate that everybody has been waiting patiently since 2 o'clock, if I'm not wrong, for this wonderful platform where everybody can interact. So once again, I really appreciate everybody who is here for your patience and also giving this opportunity to be a part of this beautiful platform out here. So first, let me introduce myself. Once again, my name is Rahul Manohar, and I am also a faculty of ADYPU, which is now we have renamed ourselves as ADYPU College, Ajinkya D.Y. Patil College. That's how we know now ourselves as now. And also, I take care of the placements and internships in the college since about a year now. So these are the two responsibilities I handle. Long story, there's a lot I wanted to discuss about the college and design, but I think let's respect everybody's time constraint out here. So hence I'm keeping myself a little short out here. So with regards to college, we have, I will be specifically speaking about design. So we have 4 verticals as of now. So one is transportation, one is product design, one is graphic design, and the recent one that we have started is the fashion design. So it's nearly a year old now. And we are basically known for automobile design. And it's been, I think, nearly more than a decade now that since the college has an experience. And we are a group of young faculties, young when I say from the mind, and of course we do also have some young faculties in terms of age as well. And we have some people who have really good experience in terms of teaching in different colleges and having a lot of exposure, and also like myself who has industrial experience. So our intention is to bring the best of both worlds, because we need to ensure that we keep the students really ready by the time they pass out, and they should always have a taste of what the industry has to offer. We have some really interesting projects, especially this year. I would like to specify that we have a railway project done by RCF, Railway Coach Factory. It's a Shimla Kalka project, and we had 6 students who had participated, and they're still doing an internship out there in Delhi. And for the recent Railway Expo in Delhi, myself and the HOD, Mr. Chandra Prasad, we had gone personally to Delhi to visit the expo, and they had created a 1:1 scale mock-up of the railway coach. And trust me, it's such an amazing experience, because designing, sketching, to many places from my experience, I know is like we limit ourselves only to just ideate something, but there's a lot beyond ideation. Your ideation becomes what we say that, over experience we learn things, and this is precisely what the industry makes you, because usually what we learn from college, we don't get much of an exposure in terms of engineering and all these kind of parameters coming together in terms of design, but we just strictly focus on design and even furthermore into styling. But here in this project, these students had an exposure with the engineers. They discussed with different, right from the tiling or the flooring of the coach, including installing the central AC ducts, all these kind of things. What are the issues? What are the advantages, disadvantages, using different materials for the interior and the exterior, including choosing a certain kind of paint, because in Shimla, it's going to be cold. So what kind of paint and what gradient? So this is a immense experience what the students have gained, which is very difficult to provide in a college. So this is the kind of internship and this is the kind of things that we are trying to push the students so that they get a really good hands-on experience. By the time they leave from the college, they know quite a lot about the industry. Besides this, I would request all the participants, especially who are in and around Maharashtra, to please do visit our campus. It's in Pune and it's in a place called Charoli, and we are slightly little away from the city and slightly on a higher altitude. Hence, we have really good temperatures, especially during winters, and it's very lush green and beautiful environment to see. So this is something really soothing for everybody, as opposed to having, being in a city life and seeing the constant monotonous concrete jungles and buildings. So this is very, very silent. I personally love the campus myself. So I believe you two also share the same feeling once you see it. So I urge all the students to come visit a campus and also interact with our faculties, because we have really young enthusiastic people who I early mentioned, who has a lot of experience in terms of industry experience and even also in terms of teaching. Besides that, we also have, I basically take care of transportation design. I'm a faculty of transportation design. So so whatever conversation I'm going to have here will be slightly inclined towards that, because I would not want to speak something beyond my subject, which is product and other set of designs. So we have one more product, one more big thing that we can say is one of our students who has recently, for a year, he has been secured a job in Simple Energy, and one of their scooters, electric scooters, an EV company, they are launching their products soon, and he has a good amount of contribution with regards to that. So we are really happy that in terms of transportation design, like I said, that's my domain, so I know well about it. We have been pushing students for different competitions like the CM competition, and last year we did win the CM competition, and this time we are shortlisted among the top 10. So this I think that gives you already the essence. I don't have to speak much about what are our capabilities, because these results prove themselves. So that's pretty much from my side. And just to once again, we had a small introduction. I have personally worked on a couple of cars. I worked with Renault, and in that I've worked on cars like the Renault Kwid and the Renault Duster, apparently, which is here in India. And after that, I worked for the Citroën brand, and the car which earlier in the introduction was mentioned, a French automaker, is Citroën, and it's due launch in maybe 2 or 3 months. Maybe you could have also even seen the spy images of the car being tested. So it's a Citroën C3 Actros, and I've worked for the interiors of it. So that's pretty much us, and that's pretty much our college, and really open to questions. So thank you so much for hearing me out patiently. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for being with us. Participants who have any questions can put it in the chat box, so you can address them there. And I'm also sorry to announce that due to unavoidable circumstances, our Career Pe Charcha has been cancelled. So that leads us. So we're going to move on to the most exciting part of the day, announcement of winners. Over to Ovia.
It was overwhelming to see young minds come up with questions to get a clarity on their career. So here I announce the prize winners for today's Career Fest. Firstly, we have United World Institute of Design. The winners for this session will be awarded with goodies by UID. The winners are Rishabh, G. Sanjay, and Kushi. Congratulations, guys.
Okay. Moving on, we have goodies for Whistling Woods International. The winners are Nazia Imam, Harsh Goar, and Salil Kulkarni. Congratulations, guys.
Next, we have Estito Margoni. The winners are Naina Oswal and Raunak Dubey, and also Sanskriti Jadhav.
Moving on to photography, the winners are Janya, Arnav, and Piyush. Congratulations.
Now we move forward to UPES and Pearl session. The winners are Akshita Verma and Vasudha Rani. Congratulations, guys. Moving on to the winners of Lovely Professional University, we have Jenya Rao and Vasudha, and also Daitya.
Moving forward, we have MITID. The winners are Jashwini, Hardik. Harikartik. Yeah, Harikartik. Okay, and now we have the special awards by Ignite India Education to award participants who stayed with us throughout the session and participated with dedication. I would now like to invite Krishna sir to announce the winners.
Oh, well, that was the list has been given to me. First of all, I would like to welcome our team, Mr. Akhilesh sir, I can see Gaurav sir, Varun Ranga sir, and Ayan sir. Can you please come with the video? Guys, we'll take few minutes of time, not much. Can you please come with the video? Sir, may I request you all? So yes, we can see Ayan sir here, who is the alumni of IT IDC Bombay, and sir is here and waiting for since long. Due to unavoidable situation, we are already 1 hour late, so we are not taking a time. So, and then Gaurav sir, are you here? Gaurav sir, I've seen you in this session. You have replied also. Now I can't see you with camera. Why?
He's here, sir.
Sir is here. Okay. Varun Ranga sir, when I was in LP, so Varun Ranga sir was my mentor during my first year, second year of college. Gaurav sir is from NIT Bangalore, and he did bachelor with us in NIFT Bangalore. Yeah, Gaurav sir, oh my God, he's in Kolkata, so the complete look has been changed. I'm not able to recognize you. So over to you guys. I just want one just quick response from both of you. What do you say the students? Like obviously we are not going to do complete charcha this time. We may have a separate session, but just 1 minute time for both of you. Just your message for a student.
Yeah, they worked really hard. We have been gone through their all the details of the work, and our last jury, which was like art, then best art of waste, then we had some paintings. So a lot of enthusiasm. The art directions were really different. Like every year we do this Meraki thing, right? So every year you get to see some upgradation, and this time it was fabulous. Also, it was very difficult for us to mark since the competition was neck to neck, but we managed to do it anyways. That was my experience. It was really good. For the student, from my side, I would like to, whatever I would like to say that whatever is your dream, please follow something like how Hemant sir has presented. Explore that particular field from A to Z. However it is, even if you're at home, or if your place allows you to go outside, buy stuffs, make products if you're interested in products, stitch garments if you're interested in fashion design, or if you are interested in app, then try to make applications. Get into it, make your hands dirty. You will understand what are the technical constraints, and the moment you understand all of these, it will help you to design more better. So that is what from my side, guys. All the best for the prize ceremony.
Well, before going to that one, Ayan sir, I would love to hear from you also by heart. And like
hi guys.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Krishna sir. So since this is the third season of Ignite India, Meraki, and I still cannot believe, right? Like the way pandemic had, stopped us in lockdown in home and all. but still I see the dedication that you guys have shown, this year as well. So as we are not literally going out and doing this event offline. Definitely, we would like to do that, and we will be doing for all of you, as where you guys can come together and show where you can get more and more feedback from all of the other students as well. But definitely, like the work that I had seen this year, it was amazing. Like in art and craft and the waste out of waste and other events as well. Like I was just watching and going through the other event as well. Like commendable feedback, and the way you guys have shown the effort from your side was great. Keep doing it. And as Gaurav sir mentioned, right, you should not stop yourself that okay, whether I should do this or do that. See, as much as you're going to dirty your hand, you're going to get experience with that particular thing. So let's say if you're not going to play with mud, you won't be able to understand how much strength do you need to handle that particular material itself, right? For example, right? So what I would say, never stop yourself in terms of exploring or experiencing. Then only you'll be able to express that. So there's three different words from my side: explore as much as you can, then you will be able to experience out of it, and then only you will be able to express. So in terms of design, this is how entire things work. Once you will explore more and more and more, you'll be able to experience those things in different manner, like with respect to environment or anything. And that's how you're going to be able to express, okay, this is what you're supposed to do, and this is how I have learned so far. So do all those mistakes, do as much do your dirty hand and experience those the journey in terms of design. When it comes to me and Gaurav or Krishna sir or Akhilesh sir, we have done a lot of mistakes. We have done a lot of exploration. Then that's why we have on this stage. Okay, so never stop yourself with the exploration and this thing. But apart from that, amazing work, amazing dedication towards the the work that you guys have shown this year as well. So with that, I will just stop and give you a motivated line. The journey is not small, and it's not going to be small anymore. Even though pandemic tried us to stop, but never stop yourself. Thank you, guys. Keep doing it.
Thank you so much, sir. I hope I'm audible here. So here we have reached to end of this note. So let's announce the special winner of Ignite India, Vasudha. Just me check the name. I don't want to announce something wrong. So let me check the list. Vasudha, Arnav, Janya Rao, and Sanskriti Yadav. So here I have some name, but I have a special thanks to all the MC team. I don't want to name the one so that it will become more biased. I know since last so many months in very unpredictable situation on and off, the way you guys have worked, it's very, very important. So I've seen the message here. Okay, can I get the internship? Ignite India brings a very different platform. It's a bridge between industry and among the student. You have seen coming my mentors, coming our industry friends. So wherever you want to go, you will find the people, and that's what you will be the next pillar. So you are most welcome as an intern, next time as a mentor, as a support team, and you will see where the entire team were managing the event. If you are new, fresh, or maybe foundation batch students, you'll surprised to know they are empowered and they were a part of continuously in Ignite India team. I remember the Varna since Ansul have introduced. So we do mistake, we learn from each others, and we improve. So we should appreciate that. And I appreciate every day myself also for my mistakes and for my new learning also. And there are few more students, which is very special mention, and we'll make sure to have a special gift Riya Khan, throughout the session, I noticed, excellent dedication. Soumya Gupta, not keeping well, but still the way she participated. So obviously, she should get some award. If I miss anyone name, that's really I have to recommend. But Sambha from Foundation Batch, I would like to take his name also, because he always go beyond the link, come out with the idea, concept, it's very special he is. Though find your uniqueness, stop doing a Google, Instagram and all this for your ideas and concept. I will keep telling you guys, discover yourself. There's a lot of possibilities are there. Across the world, you name the city, you name the college, we might have, I could say, a contact or platform or this, because this is possible because of our belief and you are a part of this belief. Okay. So once again, I would like to tell the team, especially Ansul or somebody, to announce all the winner names. And especially I name few people. Please remind me. Let's add your name also, including Sambhav, Soumya Gupta, and whomsoever. Sakshi Dada Pune, I think your name is already there. If somebody name is there for a one gift, so your goodies, second goodies will be given to somebody else. This is because we want to reach out to maximum students, including all the schools and colleges. So here in Career Fest, you will not have chance to get two goodies. All right, Sakshi Yadav, your name is there in any list? I think it's there in some list, right? Okay, will be the review session of. All right. So now mock test question has been started. It is tomorrow. You will have only Naveen sir class today. I would like to give you some small break. And I would like to go to Ansul. Once again, you announce all the rewards, internship, and especially students and as well as parents, if you are here around, you can register to get a counseling and mentorship session with all the Ignite India experts who have joined today. And you can attend those sessions. Some of you requested for Hemant sir session, and some of you requested for photography session, Ayan sir session, Gaurav sir session. Whatever you want, we'll have continuously. Over to you.
Krishna sir, Gaurav sir, and Ayan sir, thank you so much for joining us and addressing the participants. And all winners, you will be contacted later regarding the distribution of the goodies. Thank you so much. And with
I'm sorry for interrupting. I request once go all the winners' name. Could you please announce?
Yes, sir. I will do that. Rushing through all the winners. From UID, we have Rushabh, G. Sanjay, and Khushi. From Whistling Woods International, we have Nazia Imam, Harsh Naresh Grover, and Sahil Kulkarni. From Institute of Marangoni, we have Naina Oswal, Ronak Dubey, and Sanskriti Jadhav. From Photography, we have Jenya Rao, Arnav, and Piyush. From UPES and Pearl, we have Akshita Verma and Vasudha Rani. From LPU, we have Jenya Rao, Vasudha, and Daitya. From MIT ID, we have Jaishnavi and Hari Karthik. From Ignite India, we have Arnav, Vasudha, Jenya Rao, Sanskriti Yadav, Riya Jain, and the two students that Sir mentioned later. You can contact the Ignite India's team on the number provided in the chat box. We will reach out to you later.
yes, thank you so much, Anshul. And with this, we come to the end of the Career Fest Miraki 2022. Firstly, I would like to apologize for the delay in time. I thank you all for your patience. Moving on, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank all our education partners, guests, guest speakers, participants, and parents for your never-ending enthusiasm, and also thank Team Ignite India, Mr. Krishnanand Singh, Mr. Gaurav Roy, Mr. Akash Kumar Gupta, Mr. Akhilesh Kumar, and CC team, and all volunteers that worked hard to make this event successful. I request you all to turn on your cameras so that we can click a picture and make it a memory for years to come.
Yes, guys. Yeah, do good, guys. Switch on your camera, all of you. I would love to see all the students here on this screen. There are many more behind this, scene, and the team, especially the hardcore, all the suggestion by Govind sir and Rathore sir. Varun Ranga sir was there in session, and see how humble he is. He messaged me, informed me, and left. So I want you guys to be like the next. After 10 years when I look at, so I want there are 10-year, 12-year industry experts, and they have those humbleness, they have their sincerity. So please carry on this. I would love to see you like this only after 10 years down the line also. So let's switch on everyone the camera, have a big smile on your face. Either you are a winner or not, you will get many chance to win here in Ignite India. Don't worry. I see the happy face of Punita now. Great, Punita. So let's click the photograph.
Anshul, you're mute.
Since the picture's done, let's take a quick boomerang. I want you all to pose. So on the count of 3, 2, 1, we'll start. 3, 2, 1, go. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much for being a part of this event and being so patient throughout the entire meeting. These are your hosts, Varuna,
Ovia,
Anshul,
Tejaswini.
signing off. Hope you all have a good evening. Thank you for joining us.
Let's cheer for all. Lovely so. Great, guys. It's amazing. We are 1 hour late and we have done so well. Come on, unmute and clap. Thank you. It's like very nice. Amazing. Will rock. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Thank
Good
you.
work, guys. Keep the same
Thank
spirit.
Thank you, sir.
Keep
Thank you, sir.
Keep the same spirit and motivate and inspire as much as possible, because this is the journey of not an individual guy, but for the entire youth, and where exactly we want to stay together, grow together, and learn together, right? So with that, all the best and bye bye.